point, I see a divinity the loud never achieve. Toddler Yoku pointed toward the densest darkness, his voice tiny but commanding. There. The little one does not yet understand that I chose him as the spark in Anonymous's storm. His bravery is the kind that doesn't realize it is bravery, the purest kind. Anonymous acknowledged him with the faintest nod, and even that gesture felt like a sacred acceptance of partnership. The kind that rewrites destiny with something gentler than blood, yet twice as binding. As they moved deeper into this nightmare landscape, I breathed power into the hunter who loves too much. His veins glowed faintly with my signature, a blessing disguised as silence. His aura hugged him like armor made fuses to abandon. I will never abandon him either. Twilight Zone Rap watched, and realization began stitching regret into his nerves. He did not create a prison. He created a proving ground. He sharpened the very sword that now stalks him. Anonymous Cherry walks without sound because the world itself is listening. Each step is a sermon. Each breath is a strategy. Each kill is a confession that love, when cornered, becomes the sharpest weapon the universe has ever loaned. And I, the invisible spirit, am not here to calm this storm. I am here to witness it become righteous. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Chapter 5. Riddick's side, I know darkness better than any villain who tries to wield it. Darkness isn't evil. Darkness is potential. It is the canvas before creation, the pause before revelation, the breath God takes before speaking light into existence. Twilight Zone Rap does not understand this. He uses darkness like a blunt instrument, beating confusion into the air, hoping fear will fill in the intelligence he lacks. His corrupted environment remains a masterpiece of intimidation, obsidian dunes shifting like muscle under skin, a sky with no star to swear honesty to. Creatures evolve to punish the mistake of being noticed, but darkness has turned traitor, because Anonymous Cherry has become its favorite student. He walks through this void without tension in his shoulders, without fear buzzing beneath his ribs. The predators watching him are confused. Instinct begs them to strike, but wisdom reminds them that hunger has never justified suicide. Toddler Yoku Rap stands beside him, no longer hiding behind a leg like a frightened secret. His chant has stopped. Instead, his eyes glow with a question only seen by the innocent. If the dark sees us, why can't we see back? I feel his curiosity like a spark on dry wood. So I answer him not with words, with sight. A shimmering pulse stirs behind his eyes, a quiet ignition. His pupils shift, first silver, then luminescent white, then a deep gold that recognizes everything light is supposed to protect. Suddenly the black horizon fractures into information. He sees outlines of predators miles away, stalking through dunes like silent punctuation. Every creature glows in his vision, red for aggression, blue for hunger, yellow for hesitation, and a haunting violet for those unsure who the real prey is anymore. The little one gasps, not in fear but awe. Wow, he whispers, and in that sound is a revelation. The dark has rules, and he now reads them better than most gods. I whisper through him like a second heartbeat. Perception is the first mercy. Awareness is the last warning. Anonymous rests a steady hand on Yoku's shoulder, a rare gesture of affirmation from a warrior who prefers geometry to comfort. The child stands taller, truth expanding his posture like light inflating a lantern. Meanwhile, Twilight Zone Rap watches and panic gnaws at his confidence. He thought removing light would isolate them in terror. Instead, it defined their purpose. Stop evolving. Twilight snaps as if growth were an inconvenience he could invoice. The predators hesitate, confused by the sudden shift in the food chain. They no longer understand which direction death travels from. Anonymous moves first. He requires no roar, no dramatic crowd power, no declaration. His presence flows into shadows like a rumor that kills. Every step is chosen by necessity, not impulse. His soul is perfectly quiet, so quiet predation becomes prayer. Toddler Yoku follows directly behind him, gripping his bravery like a sword he has not yet learned to swing. His new sight maps paths no normal eye could find, a labyrinth of safe steps through a battlefield designed to punish footsteps. Twilight watches them advance as a terrible truth calcifies in his bones. He created a world for predators. He invited prey inside. The prey decided to become instructors. One beast, enormous and plated in fossilized rage, leaps from the sand with a roar that wants to be historical. Toddler Yoku sees the movement before it begins, points, but Anonymous is already there. A hand on the creature's jaw, a twist, a silence. No flourish, just physics obeying the inevitable. Death, respectful enough not to make noise. Anonymous releases the carcass like dropping a thought that doesn't matter. The child does not scream, he nods. Approval without fanfare. There is maturity in witnessing necessity without romanticizing it. The more the boy sees, the more the world must correct its assumptions. Twilight Zone Rap retreats a step, not physically, but spiritually. His confidence deflates into a shape that can't support cruelty. He whispers curses at the air as if betrayal were oxygen's fault. I watch him struggle and cannot help but allow a small cosmic smirk. He amplified love thinking it was weakness. He weaponized darkness thinking it was unbound. But love adapts, and darkness remembers its maker. Anonymous, Cherry, and Toddler Yoku walk forward, one silent as justice, the other bright as discovery. The desert shifts beneath their stride, and I follow with quiet affection, for I know where they are headed. Not survival, not escape, mastery. The kind that makes even the night want to take notes. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Chapter 6, The Door That Never Broke. There is a truth so sharp that most souls bleed before they understand it. Sometimes the prison is not the walls, but the belief that walls exist. As Anonymous, Cherry, and Toddler Yoku carved effortless survival through Twilight's nightmare desert, the scene shifted not for them, but for the ones watching beyond the veil. A chamber of divine stillness shimmered into clarity. There stood Jesus Rap, calm as eternity and stern as accountability. Beside him, arms folded with a father's mixture of pride and worry, stood Barnard Cherry, the man whose bloodline forged this warrior. And near him, clutching hope like a shield made of prayer, Carlette Cherry, the mother whose love became the blueprint for every ounce of power her son now wielded. They watched through a barrier of light that allowed vision, but not interference. Their breath held steady, but their hearts raced with more speed than any prophecy dared predict. Jesus Rap remained still, eyes locked on Anonymous as if watching his own teachings walk in combat boots. The door, Carlette whispered, voice trembling with a truth she wasn't ready to accept. It was never shattered, I, invisible spirit, answered, filling the chamber like a warm voice no ear deserved but every soul needed. The explosion, the chrome wall, the desert, the predators, all of it. Barnard's brows tightened, fists clenching with a father's instinct to protect. It was a mental battlefield, I continued, designed not to trap Anonymous, but to trap Twilight Zone Rap within his own illusion of control. Jesus Rap nodded once, the movement so quiet it shook heaven. This was necessary, he said. Love must learn when to be silent, and when to strike. The truth vibrated outward. Twilight had never imprisoned Anonymous. He had imprisoned himself inside his assumptions. Anonymous's calm wasn't apathy, it was awareness. He fought not to survive, but to prepare. Because what awaited outside this false darkness was far worse. I let the next revelation unfold slowly, so the weight of it didn't crush resolve. The city awaiting Anonymous's return was no longer just a battleground. It was awakening, a sleeping ball of god-level chi, fueled by ancient anger and misaligned ancestors whose pain had been fermenting into wrath for generations. Old gods no longer worshipped. Old spirits no longer honored. They demanded repayment in blood, in chaos, in despair. This illusion realm, this Riddick desert of predators, was only conditioning, a warm-up, a sharpening of quiet justice. He must master stealth, Jesus Rap whispered. Not to hide from evil, but to walk through gods who forgot they are loved. Carlette covered her mouth, tears forming, not from fear, but from witnessing destiny choosing her son without asking permission. Barnard exhaled like he'd been holding his breath since Anonymous was born. That boy was forged in too many fires for coincidence. I flooded the chamber with confirmation. Twilight Zone Rap believes he is testing Anonymous, I said. But his corruption is just another tool in the hands of love. The illusion desert flickered, and for the first time, Twilight felt it. A crack in his reality, a betrayal from the very nightmare he designed. What is this? He gasped, voice warping. He tried to grab the dunes. His hands passed through them like smoke. Fear swallowed him whole. Anonymous turned just enough to let Twilight see his eyes, calm, razor-sharp, unbothered. You locked yourself in, he said, voice low enough to make the dark sweat. The predators stepped back from Anonymous, but leaned toward Twilight, drawn to the louder fear. And I, invisible spirit, watched with divine patience. Anonymous Cherry is not being prepared to defeat a villain. He is being prepared to redeem a city corrupted by the rage of forgotten ancestors, ancient gods who mistake trauma for righteousness. He will face enemies that wear history like armor and bloodline pain like a crown. But first, he must finish the quiet hunt, because love is almost done being polite. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Chapter 1. The light that never left the rap tribe assembled the way seasoned warriors do when they have learned that noise is unnecessary. No banners snapped in the wind. No dramatic thunder announced destiny. The air simply was, and in that stillness stood Jesus Rap, calm, unhurried, wearing the expression of someone who already knew how this would end, and wasn't the least bit impressed by panic. The invisible spirit hovered not above them, but through them, subtle as breath, stubborn as truth. If the tribe expected a revelation, they would be disappointed. Nothing new arrived, nothing descended. What revealed itself instead was mildly inconvenient. The light had never left, and the only thing missing had been their memory of it. Anonymous Cherry noticed this first, mostly because his body stopped bracing for impact. His muscles, long accustomed to preparing for betrayal, curses, or surprise stupidity, relaxed in protest, as if offended they'd been summoned for nothing. The evil eye that had once followed him like an unpaid bill attempted to peer inward and promptly slipped, unable to find a surface that matched its frequency. It was less a dramatic failure and more an awkward social misstep, like showing up to a fight where everyone else had already moved on and left snacks behind. Jesus Rap didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Before we do anything impressive, he said, hands loosely at his sides, let's acknowledge something simple. He paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make impatience uncomfortable. You've been protected this entire time. You just kept calling it luck. Somewhere in the unseen layers of reality, several malicious intentions unraveled in quiet embarrassment. From the invisible spirit's perspective, the scene was almost humorous. Generations of distortion had worked tirelessly to convince the tribe they were incomplete, broken, or behind schedule, when in truth they had been early and bored. Light does that, it waits. Darkness rushes. And rushing, as the spirit noted dryly, was how most things tripped over themselves. The rap tribe shifted not in fear but recognition. Gratitude rose, not loud, not ceremonial, just a soft internal nod that said, oh, that explains a lot. She adjusted instantly, like a room finding its temperature. The battlefield, if it could still be called that, felt mildly disappointed. No explosions, no panic, just alignment. Somewhere far away, an enemy felt their curse rebound as wisdom and briefly considered therapy. Jesus Rap smiled just a little. Good, he said. Now that we've established you were never abandoned, we can begin the actual work. Chapter 2, Frequency Before Force. If Chapter 1 had offended anyone's expectations, Chapter 2 finished the job quietly and without apology. The rap tribe arrived ready to do something: move chi, throw energy, redirect hostile intent with the elegance of practiced power. But Jesus Rap raised a single finger, not in command, but in gentle interruption, the universal signal for slow down before you embarrass yourself. Before force, he said, voice calm enough to be mildly insulting to chaos, there is frequency. And frequency doesn't respond to effort. It responds to honesty. Anonymous Cherry felt that land immediately, mostly because every time he had ever forced power, something else had quietly broken. Muscles tore, focus fractured, outcomes improved, but costs piled up like receipts no one wanted to read later. Around him, the tribe felt it too, she buzzing, eager, but suddenly aware that eagerness itself was a distortion. The invisible spirit observed this realization with interest, noting how often strength mistakes urgency for importance. Jesus Rap paced slowly, footsteps barely touching the ground, as if gravity itself was negotiable but currently tolerated. Force shouts, he continued, frequency hums. One makes noise, the other makes things move. As if on cue, a wave of toxic intention, resentment sharpened into projection, attempted to breach the perimeter. No one countered it. No one redirected it. They simply held alignment. The intention stalled, wobbled, and collapsed inward like a poorly rehearsed lie. From the perspective of the attackers, something had gone terribly wrong. The usual resistance wasn't there. No clash, no friction, just an absence of resonance, the spiritual equivalent of yelling into a room where no one spoke your language. The evil eye blinked once, then retreated, offended, confused, and quietly concerned. The rap tribe breathed in together, not as a ritual, but as a correction. Gratitude slipped into the breath naturally. Thank you for the light. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you for not having to prove anything today. Chi reorganized itself without instruction, muscles loosening, senses sharpening. It was deeply unfair how effective it was. Jesus Rap stopped pacing and looked at them, satisfied. Good, he said again, apparently fond of the word. Now you understand why force fails so often. It's not wrong, it's just loud. He gestured toward the still air, humming softly with invisible spirit light. This, he added with the faintest hint of dry amusement, is where power actually listens. Chapter 3, the first trace by the time Chapter 3 began. The rap tribe had learned the uncomfortable lesson that doing less was producing more, which felt suspicious and required adjustment. Jesus Rap didn't comment on their expressions. He simply stepped aside and nodded toward Anonymous Cherry, who immediately understood. This was one of those moments where hesitation would pretend to be humility and be wrong about it. The invisible spirit drew closer, not pressing, not urging, just present, the way truth waits when it knows it will be chosen. Upward, Jesus Rap said, as if offering directions to a place Anonymous already lived. Not fast, not hard, just honest. Anonymous lifted his hand and traced the first motion into the air. One deliberate line rising, violet white, clean as a thought that hasn't been argued with yet. The chi responded instantly, not surging, not flaring, but aligning, stacking itself neatly along his spine, as though relieved to finally be told the truth about its purpose. From the invisible spirit's view, several long-standing energetic knots unraveled at once. embarrassed they'd gone unnoticed for so long. Somewhere beyond sight, an evil eye attempt locked onto the familiar old coordinates where Anonymous used to react. It arrived on schedule and found nothing waiting for it. The energy slid past him, confused, brushed against the rising trace, and was gently redirected upward and out, like a complaint forwarded to a department that no longer existed. No recoil, no backlash, just a quiet administrative correction in the laws of intention. The rap tribe watched closely, sensing something subtle but decisive had shifted. This wasn't an attack, this wasn't defense, this was positioning. Gratitude surfaced again, instinctively this time. Thank you for the light, thank you for the timing. Thank you for not letting us learn this the hard way anymore. The moment gratitude locked in, the trace stabilized, embedding itself into Anonymous's nervous system as a reflex rather than a technique. Jesus Rap allowed himself the smallest smile, the kind that suggests the lesson worked and no further commentary was required. That, he said, dry as desert air, is what happens when you stop swinging at shadows and simply stand where the light already knows your name. Chapter 4. Distance is a suggestion. By Chapter 4, it had become clear that the battlefield was having an identity crisis. No one was advancing, no one was retreating, and yet conflict was steadily losing its relevance. Jesus Rap observed this with the calm patience of someone who had watched distance be misused for centuries and was now mildly entertained by how quickly it was being exposed as optional. You keep thinking harm travels, he said, not unkindly. It doesn't, it tunes. From the vantage of the invisible spirit, the scene widened far beyond what human senses usually bother to process. Intentions formed in distant rooms, behind clenched jaws and glowing screens, coalescing into toxic projections aimed precisely where the rap tribe used to be. The distance involved was impressive on paper and meaningless in practice. Frequency crossed the gap instantly, only to find no compatible surface waiting on the other side. It was like trying to dock a ship in water that had decided to be air today. Anonymous Cherry felt the incoming pressure before he perceived any threat, which was new. His body responded not with tension, but correction, subtle posture shifts, breath settling, spine tall without effort. The first trace remained active, humming upward like a quiet antenna aligned with truth. When the hostile intent arrived, it didn't strike. It drifted, lost cohesion, and gently unraveled, its energy redirected into neutral ground where it could no longer pretend to be purposeful. The rap tribe exchanged brief glances, the kind that say, "Did you feel that too?" without wasting time on confirmation. Gratitude followed, again faster than thought, not as celebration but acknowledgement. Thank you for the light. Thank you for the warning that didn't scare us. Thank you for the clarity that arrived before the problem did. The invisible spirit registered the frequency shift and adjusted reality accordingly, because that is what it does when alignment makes its job easier. Jesus Rap nodded once, satisfied, and delivered the lesson with a dryness that bordered on merciful. Distance only matters when you're broadcasting confusion, he said. When you're clear, nothing has to travel. It just fails to arrive. Meditation. One of the easiest ways to increase your ability to concentrate is through meditation, because the hardest part of concentration is keeping stray thoughts from entering your mind. Meditation allows you to learn ways to gently move those stray thoughts away, yet is easier to accomplish because you are working on a train of thought versus one single thought. Read over the following meditations a few times, then close your eyes and relax while you work through one of them. If you like, you can record the meditation in your own voice. Then lay back, close your eye, and follow the instructions in the recording. Relaxation meditation. This meditation is designed to remove stress from your body and mind. It is very good at what it was designed for, and you may have to work on staying awake long enough to get through it. If you have problems going to sleep during this meditation, make sure you are comfortable, but sitting up before you begin. If that doesn't prevent you from falling asleep, you will have to split your focus between the mediation and staying awake. Beginning of meditation. Close your eyes and take a long, slow, deep breath in. Hold it for a few seconds and then slowly release the breath. As you exhale, feel all the tension in your body leaving with the air as it is expelled from your body. Inhale again, slowly and deeply, and then hold it for a few seconds before gently releasing the breath and feeling tension leaving your body. Inhale once more, slowly and deeply, filling your lungs completely. Hold it for a few seconds, and then gently release it, feeling the tension leaving your body. Breathe normally now. You are safe and secure and at peace. Every breath you take, a little more tension leaves your body, quietly and slowly, in no hurry, just in relaxing and peaceful. In your mind's eye, see yourself walking toward a stand of trees in the distance. They are beautiful trees, full of life to the point you can almost see a healthy aura glowing around this stand of trees. Keep walking towards the trees, and every step you take, you leave behind another little piece of the tension and stress of the world, and allow it to simply float away so it can cause you no harm. Enjoy yourself, feel the sun warming your body. Hear the birds singing their sweet songs and taste the freshness of the air around you. This is a special place, a safe place, a relaxing place. As you get closer to the trees, see the birds flying from tree to tree, playing in the warmth of the sun. Hear their sweet song as it floats on the mild breeze blowing through the trees. And you are relaxed and at peace, happy as a lark as you walk even closer to the trees. When you arrive at the trees, walk among them. Feel the difference in the air temperature from stepping out of the hot sunlight and into the cool deepness of the forest. Do you hear that sound? It's the sound of a stream flowing easily across the land, gurgling as it flows over the rocks. Walk toward the sound of the stream. Move slowly and calmly, deeply relaxed and at peace in this wondrous place of natural beauty. When you arrive at the stream, you notice that it is not very deep, and on the other side you see an outcropping of rock that looks almost like it was placed there specifically for people to sit, enjoy the peaceful flow of the water. Step into the stream. The water is cool and delicious on your bare feet. Now walk across to the outcropping and sit on the edge, allowing your feet to dangle in the water. Sit for a few moments simply looking deeply into the water in front of you, watching it slowly gurgle by. After a few moments, you notice a pale blue light within the water. It seems almost like a cloud that has managed to become one with the water. This cloud slowly moves toward you and a feeling of wondrous peace washes over you. The cloud touches your feet and slowly starts to rise out of the water, moving up your legs to your hips, then your tummy, all the while filling you with complete and total relaxation and peace. Allow the cloud to move upward through your chest, down your arms, all the way to your fingers and up through your head. It feels so wonderful you decide to simply lay back and relax, with your feet still dangling in the water. After a while, you turn your head to face downstream and you see a line of little black pebbles floating from your feet and flowing downstream with the water. And you realize that the black pebbles are all the tension and pain and negativity that has been tied up in your body for so long. Just allow it to continue for a while as you grow more peaceful. All the tension is leaving your body. All the pent-up frustrations of everyday life is being washed away. Enjoy it. Lay there for a while and just relax. And when you feel like you are 100% at peace and you are ready, sit up slowly, allowing yourself to simply enjoy the way you feel. When you are ready, slowly stand up and begin to walk back across the stream and back up to the trees, going back the way you came. Walk through the trees in a completely relaxed state, enjoying every step, being thankful for the peace, quiet, happiness, and love you are experiencing. Walk all the way through the trees and back into the sunlight and slowly make your way back home, taking the peace and relaxation with you. When you are ready, you can open your eyes and return to the world around you. Rhythmic breathing meditation. This is a simple meditation that can be used to de-stress your body when you only have a few minutes to work in, or it can be done for longer periods of time when you have more. At the end of this mediation, there will be some variations you can use to allow this to help other things in your life. Start of meditation. Sit quietly with your back as straight as possible and breath in slowly to a count of 4. Hold it for a count of 4. Then release to a count of 4 and hold no breath to a count of 4. Then repeat as many times as you have time for. Your goal here is to keep the 4 counts rhythmic so that each count of 4 takes the same amount of time. Concentrate just on the breath, on getting the timing of each breath correct. If you have a hard time working with a count of 4, it is fine to change to a count of 3 or even 2 if it works better for you. Just don't breath too fast or you could hyperventilate. If stray thoughts start to enter your mind, gently push them to the side, allowing them to float away. Variations. Once you master this breathing technique, you can add a form of chanting to it. As you breathe in, say "I am" in a drawn-out way that takes the entire 4 count of breath. As you hold it to the count of 4, sigh "Sheik," also taking the entire 4 count. Repeat as you breath out so it becomes a rhythmic "I am psychic" along with the rhythm of your breath. If you are having problems with any other aspect of your life, you can adapt the chant as needed. For instance, a person having health problems may say, "I am healthy," or a person working on strengthening their body could say, "I am strong." Almost any positive affirmation can be said during the breathing exercise to give it more strength. When designing a positive affirmation, the main rule to follow is to word it as if what you want to happen is a reality. Don't say "I am getting healthy," because that implies you are not already healthy, and your subconscious mind gives you what you are thinking about. You could literally end up sick. Always stick to the "I am" format and you will be fine. Apple meditation. This is a simple meditation that, if done correctly, will leave you with your mouth watering, wanting an apple. Of course, if you don't like apples, your mouth may not water. So if this is the case, feel free to substitute a different type of fruit, one that you really like. Find a place where you can sit comfortably for at least 5 to 15 minutes. You may lie down if you can stay awake in that position. Sit in the traditional crossed leg or lotus pose, or simple sit in a chair where your back is straight and supported. Spend a few moments with your eyes closed, slow breathing in and slowly letting it out. Aim for a slow and easy breath that allows tensions to release from your body. When you are fully relaxed, visualize an apple. It can be any type of apple you prefer. The goal is to make the apple appear as real as possible in your mind's eye. See the color of the apple and notice that the color is not a solid shade of any one color. What colors are in your apple? It may have small amounts of yellow, brown, green, and numerous shades of reds, or there could be any number of other colors in it. Whatever you see in your apple is perfectly fine. Now slowly start to turn the apple while examining every aspect of the apple. Are there any nicks in the skin? Are there any bruises on it? Does it still have some of the limb it grew from attached to it? Would it sit flat on a table if you set it down, or would it fall over? How does the apple feel in your hand? Can you guess what its weight might be? Can you smell the apple's scent on the air? Can you feel the coolness of the apple in your hand? Spend a while continuing to notice everything about the apple. Make it as real of a vision as possible. When you are ready, set the apple down and back away from it. Raise your eyes and you can see the room you were in is only a few steps in front of you. Walk towards the room, and when you step into it, slowly open your eyes and begin to move and stretch your body as you become fully awake. Negativity drain meditation. I prefer to do this meditation outdoors on a nice warm afternoon, but if you live in an apartment or the weather is too cold, feel free to lie down on the floor in any convenient place where you will not be bothered for a while. Get your body into a comfortable position. Put a pillow under your head if need be. You can also add one in the curve of your back if you have back problems. Just make sure you are completely comfortable and can stay in that position for 5 to 15 minutes. Now tighten every muscle in your body. Your arms, legs, fingers, and toes should be tightened. Your neck, face, chest, stomach, and buttocks should be tightened. Take a moment and use your mind to move around your body, checking every muscle to see if it is tightened as much as possible. When you are 100% sure every muscle is tightened, suddenly allow every muscle to relax. Every muscle in your body should go from being tightened as much as possible to being as loose as possible, as quickly as possible, so you end up laying there without any muscle tension in your body. Now close your eyes and visualize a stream of pure white light coming from out of the center of the universe and entering into the top of your head. As the light streams into your body, notice that all the negativity in your mind and body starts to drain out of your body. Let it drain into the ground and deep into the earth where it can be recycled into something better. Allow the light to slowly fill your entire body and watch all your problems, all your anger, all the tension, all your fears, and anything that is not healthy for you simply drain drip by drip out of your body into the earth. Once your body is completely full of the white light, you can stop the stream from entering your head and just allow the white light to remain inside of you for a few moments. Enjoy the peace it brings. When you are ready, Allow the white light to start to drain out of your body, just like the negative energy did. Let it drain all the way into the earth, so it can help the earth process the negativity that drained from you earlier. When you feel like all the white light is gone and you are ready, slowly get up and go on about your day. Note: it is important to drain the white light from your body in your visualization. Many people who have chosen to not drain the white light find themselves tense and on edge for a few days afterward due to the energy differences between the white light and what their own body normally carries. Protection. Anytime you are working with psychic abilities, it is always best to keep some sort of protection up around you. In fact, these days with the world in such constant turmoil, it is actually a good idea to keep protection around you and your family on a regular basis. But that is another story for another book. Why do you need protection? When working with psychic abilities, you are opening yourself up to receiving energy from sources you are not familiar with. Energy in and of itself is neither good or bad. It is the intent behind the use of the energy that makes it positive or negative, good or bad, light or dark. There are people and entities that are not on a path of light and who actually seek out opportunities to harm others. The vast majority of the time, if you are receiving energy from a negative entity or person, it is because it is specifically aimed at you for some reason. In other words, you are under a psychic attack. It is possible, however, to accidentally pick up some of these negative energies. This is why you should do something to protect yourself before starting any psychic work. It is the energies being sent consciously at you that you want to protect yourself and your family from on a regular basis. Please do not think that you are safe because you do not deal with people that are negative like that. Many times, people are sending out negative energies without even realizing it. Anyone that has something another person may be jealous of could be on the receiving end of a psychic attack without the sender even realizing they are doing it. People often cannot let go of situations that made them angry and will put concentration on the negative subject, often going so far as seeing the person of their jealousy being harmed. While most of the people that do these things are not well versed in directing the energies they are sending out, always remember that the energies are being sent, even if they are not realizing they are doing it. If they are jealous of your job, home, car, children, spouse, money, jewelry, or anything else you have that they may want, they can be psychically attacking you on a regular basis. How do you know if you are under attack? More often than not, you find yourself in the middle of a long stream of things going wrong. Multiple items will break down at the same time. You lose multiple things. Everyone in your home gets sick. The dog disappears or suddenly starts going through the neighbor trash cans. You have a flat tire on your way to work. The babysitter catches the flu and can't watch your children, and you have a career-making appointment today. You forget your lunch, the milk is spoiled, and so on and so on. We tend to see those times as nothing more than a string of bad luck, but you will find those types of things happen much less often if you make a regular practice of setting up protection around yourself and your family. Protection can be as simple as a 3-minute daily meditation, or as elaborate as placing various types of talisman around the edges of your property. The biggest difference between the two is the meditation needs to be done as close to every day as possible. The talismans only need to be recharged once a year or so. Protection meditation. Begin by going through your normal procedure for relaxing and getting ready to meditate. When you are ready, visualize a stream of brilliant white light coming from the universe and entering into the top of your head. As the light enters your head, visualize it filling your head. See your head start to glow from within as the light continues to fill it. When your head is full of light, visualize the light moving further down within your body and allow it to fill your entire body. In your mind's eye, see your body glowing from within. Feel the warmth of the light as it glows within you. Continue to allow the light to fill every single inch of your body. Once your body is completely full of the white light, see the light starting to extend beyond the edges of your body and glow around you. Feel its warmth on your skin. You may feel a slight tingling, almost like a small amount of electricity. Enjoy the feeling and watch as the light becomes stronger and stronger as more and more light enters into the top of your head. For personal protection, visualize the white light surrounding your entire body to about 5 to 6 feet around you in all directions. For family protection, you can visualize building your protection. Then see an arm of light move from you to wherever your loved one is, and allow it to surround them in a ball of light such as yours. To protect your home, car, and property, see the light grow larger and larger until all of these items are within its protective sphere. When you first start setting up a protective shield such as this, it may take a little longer to set up. After you have been doing it for a while, you can almost instantly see everything and everyone you want to protect within the sphere of light. It will not take nearly as long to set up and strengthen the protection when you reach this point. Getting to the point of almost instant results should be your goal. If at any time you feel as if you are in an unsafe area, whether it is unsafe because of a risk of physical attack or from psychic attack, you can put up this shield of white light for protection. It will also protect you from any type of intentional or unintentional psychic attack that someone may throw your way. Doing this daily creates a shield that gets strong as time goes on. The shield never ceases to exist, though some of its energy dissipates and moves on for other uses. However, building it daily can result in an extremely strong shield. Learning about energy. When anyone mentions the word energy, most people automatically think about the greatest sources of energy we use in our everyday lives: electricity, oil in all its many forms, and natural gas. Energy is actually much more involved than those three types. Energy is the very backbone of our world and the universe around us. Most people understand that matter is what we can physically see, touch, and feel in the world around us. The chair we sit on, the clothes we wear, the food we eat, and our own bodies are all types of matter, and for the most part, when we think about matter, we think of something as being solid and real in the world around us. However, everything in our world is actually comprised of energy in different wavelengths. For instance, if you take an atomic microscope and look at a piece of the desk you sit at, you will see that deep down inside, on the atomic level, the desk is not solid. You will see atoms moving about, almost like they are swimming. How is it possible that something that feels solid to us can have atoms moving within it? How can a desk hold up a computer if the very core of its being is effectively a liquid? It is because of the way energy moves and reacts to other types of energy. All energy moves in wavelengths. You have probably seen a TV show or movie in which there is an old-fashioned computer with a screen that has a wavy line running across it. That waveline is a representation of the wavelength of the sound or energy source they are measuring. Energy moves in waves, and different types of energy moves in different wavelengths. A wavelength is a measurement that is effectively the distance between the top and bottom of a wave. When two items have a different wavelength, they cannot mesh together. In other words, one item will seem solid to the other. That is where our material world comes in. Your computer does not simply slide down into your desk because their energy wavelengths are different. Let's go on to the next step. Light and sound also have their energy signatures or wavelengths. Heat is an energy form. Literally everything within our world and our universe is a form of energy, and all these different energies react in different ways to each other. The next concept that is a little hard for people to understand is that energy never dies. It can change forms or transmute into a different form, but it does not die and simply go away as it appears to from our limited perspective. We can easily understand that when a plant dies, its limbs and leaves will eventually rot and become part of the earth itself, part of the physical dirt and rock our planet is made of. But our minds then think of those limbs and leaves as having stopped existing, and this is not true. The energy of those limbs and leaves transmuted into soil. The limbs and leaves are still there, but they have changed forms, and it is the same for everything on our world and in our universe. Have you ever heard the saying, each one of us has a little bit of stardust inside us? This is where that saying comes from. Everything that has ever been still exists. It simply changed forms. It may now be something we cannot see because our normal senses are limited in what they can deal with, but that does not change the fact that it still exists. Think about what this means. The words we speak are comprised of sounds which are another form of energy. So every word that has ever been spoken still exists. It may be in a different form that is completely unrecognizable to us, but it still exists. Our thoughts are also energy. Every thought that any person or creature on this earth or anywhere within the entire universe has had still exists. Nothing has ceased to exist since the beginning of time. This is a major concept to grasp hold of, so if you have any doubts about its accuracy, study a few physics books, and you will see what I am saying is proven through scientifically verifiable testing. As a person moves through their daily life, they leave an energy signature. Their thoughts leave an energy signature. Their words leave an energy signature. As a psychic, you are picking up and reading those energy signatures. We call these energy signatures fine energy. People who doubt in the existence of psychic abilities point to the fact that scientists cannot measure this fine energy signature we all leave in our paths. In their minds, if it cannot be measured, it does not exist. Yet science proves that line of thinking is not correct. We know that earthquakes cause disturbances in the area in which they are going to happen, long before the earthquake starts. Animals can often sense this and will become nervous. Those that are not penned up have been known to leave the area a few hours before an earthquake hits. Yet science cannot measure that energy that they are sensing. It stands to reason then that if there is one type of energy that scientists cannot measure, chances are there are more than one type of energy they cannot measure. As a psychic, you are picking up on these fine energy signatures and reading what they mean. How you personally read the fine energies is something that is special to you personally. By this I mean some people will feel the energies, some see them, some hear them, and some simply know what they mean. Take this even further. Of the people that feel the energies, different people will feel them in different locations on their body. Some will feel it in their heads. Some will feel it in the hands. Some feel it in their stomach. Literally any part of your body can be your receiving point, as if that was not complicated enough. For many people, it is through the use of two or more senses reacting together that they receive and understand information. For instance, I had a student back in the 80s that had exceptional visualization skills. Almost every spoken word she heard would cause an image to appear in her mind. Obviously, most of the time she was only hearing things from the normal waking world around her. But if her left big toe twitched while she was receiving an image, she knew that image had special meaning and needed to be worked with. How you personally receive and process information is unique to you. Most people either see or hear information, and if there is another clue to the information, it tends to be the stomach. But it could be any place on your body that responds to the energy signature. It is even possible for it to be 2 or 3 places on your body that responds. So when you first start learning to pick up psychic energies, you have to pay attention to the whole you. Your body can give you clues, and they may be subtle, but with repeated practice, you will begin to see patterns that you can focus on to bring your own personal abilities to the forefront. Practice. There are 2 distinctive ways in which psychics work, either with the use of tools or not. By tools, I mean things such as tarot cards, a pendulum, angel cards, a crystal ball, gemstones, a scrying dish, or some other tool. Of course, some psychics will use tools sometimes and not at other times. But for the purpose of practice in this book, we see them as requiring 2 separate types of knowledge. Unless you have already had many psychic experiences, I urge you to start by using tools to help you connect with the flow of energy. When you use tools, a wondrous thing starts to happen. Psychic abilities without the use of tools tends to dramatically increase as you improve at using the tools. It seems that once you start connecting to the flow of energy, it likes to keep flowing your way. For obvious reasons, this book will not be a complete course on every type of psychic tool that is available to you, but we will cover some of the basics to help you decide which tool you would like to experiment with first. Keep in mind, you can always change tools at any time. If you are not getting results from one tool, feel free to try a different one. Eventually, it is actually a very good idea to work with all the many tools available to you. Think of it as getting a well-rounded education. Pendulum. If you are on a budget, a pendulum will probably be your best choice of tools to start with because you do not have to buy a pendulum, even though there are some very nice ones available on the market. If you have a piece of thread or lightweight string and a ring you are emotionally attached to, you can quickly make a very usable pendulum at any time. Your thread should be between about 12 and 20 inches long. The length has more to do with the length of your arm from elbow to wrist than anything. If you have a longer arm, go for a longer string. If you have little short arms like mine, the shorter string is better. Simply thread the string through the ring and allow the ring to hang freely with the ends of the string in your hand. It is best to use a ring that will hang evenly. If the ring is off balance, it can make the pendulum swing off balance and a little hard to read. Hold the strings in your dominant hand and use your other hand to stop the ring if it is swinging. Ask the question, which way is yes? Then hold your hand still but not rigid. If the ring does not start to move immediately, repeat the question several times until it starts to move. Most of the time, the ring will swing either straight out from your body and then back toward the body, or from side to side. In both cases, it tends to be fairly evenly in the middle. It is possible, however, that you will be shown an off-center swing for either yes, no, or both of them. Whatever shows up is right for you. Once you are getting an obvious swing in a single direction, use your other hand to stop the swing again. This time ask the question, which way is no? Then allow the ring to begin to swing. Most of the time, the ring will swing in the opposite way that it swung for a yes answer, but it could choose any type of a swing, including swinging in a circle, as long as it does not swing in the exact same direction as the yes answer. Accept the swing as being what you will get every time your question is answered with a no response. The main limitation of using a pendulum is that you can basically get only yes and no answers without getting into some detailed and highly subjective use of charts and graphs which are well beyond a beginner's level. For now, stick to yes and no questions. With a little thought, you can ask a series of questions that will get you an answer by using nothing more than yes and no questions. For instance, suppose a person wanted to know the name of the man she would be marrying at some future point in her life. She could start by asking, will I ever get married? If the answer is yes, she could proceed to ask, will his name start with an A? Once the first letter is found, she could then ask about some of the common names that start with that letter, such as Mike, Mark, Mitch, etc. if the first letter is an M. It can take a little effort to get to this point, but keep in mind at this point, you need all the practice you can get. And this gives you plenty of practice to make your efforts stronger in the future. Pendulums have been used for thousands of years to find the answers to questions we have in our lives, and there is virtually an unlimited number of questions you may want to ask. They can even help you find a lost object, such as your car keys. If you have misplaced your keys, stand in the middle of the room with your pendulum. Face an outer wall of your home and ask, are my keys somewhere in front of me? If the answer is no, change direction and ask again. Keep in mind while wording your question, the keys could be in front of you, but in a different room. You can always ask, are my keys in this room and somewhere in front of me? Just move through your house from room to room, facing each of the directions until you get a yes answer that the keys are in front of you. You should then be able to concentrate on that area and find them. If you find you enjoy working with the pendulum, you might consider taking a class on the subject that goes into much greater detail than this ebook will allow. Scrying mirror. A scrying mirror is probably the next least expensive method to be involved with. All you need to make a mirror is a clear glass plate or an inexpensive frame with a glass in it and some black acrylic paint. On many occasions, I have found a plain, clear salad plate at my local Dollar Tree store that works perfectly. I have also found a lot of nice frames, especially older ones, at my local Goodwill store. You can get a bottle of plain black acrylic paint at Walmart, Michael's, Hobby Lobby, or any other craft store. The small bottles that cost about $1 each work perfectly fine. Place some old newspaper on the table and turn your plate upside down on top of them. Using any old brush, paint the entire backside of the plate black. Allow it to dry and put a second coat on. After the second coat is dried completely, turn your plate over and look into it, trying to see the paint on the backside to see if you missed any small places. If so, repaint them and allow it to dry again. Scrying is best done at night by the light of the full moon. But at other times of the month when the moon is not full, if you live somewhere that is not safe to be outside at night, or if it happens to be cloudy or bad weather, you can use a small candle in a dark room. If you use a candle, make sure to use it safely. Ensure it is sitting on a sturdy table and that it will not be knocked over. Also remove any flammable materials that could accidentally get caught in the flame. Align the plate in the middle between you and the candle. Adjust the items so the candle does not reflect directly off the glass surface, but light illuminates the plate. Get yourself into a comfortable position and allow your eyes to fall upon the surface of the plate. Don't stare at the plate because that causes your body to start to tense up. Simply look at the plate and allow your vision to relax. If after several attempts to scry looking at the mirror, try looking just beyond it. Some people get better results this way. It took me 4 tries of over 30 minutes each time before I saw my first image. I had a tendency of tightening up trying to force the vision to come. What you want to do is allow it to come. Stay relaxed, but somewhat mentally focused on the plate so you will know what an image is when you see it. Your eyes may go somewhat unfocused. That is perfectly fine and precedes a vision for many people. Simply allow it to happen as you continue to pay attention to any images you may be seeing. Many people see what appears to be a cloudy or smoky image appearing in the mirror. It is usually reported as being gray in color, but I have had people report they saw a specific color cloud. For some people, this cloud moves away, leaving an image or movie, while other people see the cloud transform into an image. Whatever happens for you is right for you. There is no 100% perfect way for everyone. These images are exactly what you want to have happen. The images are giving you clues into the information you are receiving. What the images mean is based on symbolism most of the time, though there are people who will see a virtual movie of what is going to happen or a still picture of the exact moment of a past, present, or future event. If you are scrying for an answer for yourself, when you see an image, see if that image has any meaning for you. If you see a pink rose in the mirror and your deceased mother was known for her pink roses, it's a pretty good bet you are getting an acknowledgement about your mother. It may mean she wishes to have contact with you. If you are scrying for someone else, ask them if the image you saw has any meaning for them. It could be pointing to the place in their life where they will find the answers they are seeking. If the image seems to have no meaning behind it that you can easily recognize, look at the symbology behind the image. Try Google for help with the symbols by entering meaning of as the search term. Most of the time, this returns a wide variety of meanings based on different cultures from different time periods. It could very well be something from a past life that is coming to the forefront. My heritage in this life is mainly English, Irish, and German, but there is a tiny bit of Native American in the mix. Yet I often see symbolism that is obviously Native American. I know I had a prior life on the Great Plains sometime before the white man came to America, so this is probably my connection to this symbolism. If you know your connection to a prior culture, this is a good place to start to find out what the symbolism means. Sarah Seeger, 18. I use a symbol of a pyramid for all the flames and says its name 3 times once I have drawn it over the aura or over a particular affected area. Here are some suggestions on how to use it. Over an area of dis-ease, draw the triangle over the area affected. Same 3 times and wait as the pyramid turns a bright color. Call upon any of the angels to help in the healing. Hold the flame with your third eye, intending that it releases the problem. When you feel the problem has been diffused, infuse positive energy to fill the vacuum caused by the release of the cause of the problem. Seal the infused energy of the flame by visualizing that it is sealed. Aura clearing all the flames can be easily downloaded over the whole body. Call its name 3 times and visualize it flowing from the top of your head to the bottom of the feet. The apex of the pyramid forms at the feet is diffusing or at the top of the head if infusing and or sealing the aura. Sacred Flames Healing 19 feel as it clears the whole aura with it. Diffusing negative energy, infusing positive energy. Sarah Seeger 20 Celestial Flame Aura Massage. This is a method of performing the healing over the auric layers of energy. Draw the symbol on the palm of your hand, saying its name 3 times. Allow the flame to flow from your crown through to the hand. Place the hand about 10 to 20 centimeters above the body or affected area. Make circular movements with your hand over the affected or over the whole body. Anti-clockwise movements are generally used to diffuse energy, and a clockwise motion is used to infuse energy. Using meditation, meditate with any flame by going to a sacred place and imagining yourself stepping into the flame and feeling its glow over your aura. I have suggested some meditations for the aqua flame, golden, violet, cerise, and silver flames. Use whatever works for you. With the help of the angels, you can't possibly go wrong. Sacred Flames Healing 21-1. First triad of celestial flames, healing the body energies. This triad of celestial flames focuses on the physical body and the removal of negative energy from the aura. Most of the negative energy will appear as pain on a particular area or a general lethargy or physical weakness. In this triad, the 3 flames are the aqua releasing flame, the ruby energizing flame, and the golden fortifying flame. 1.1. The aqua cleansing flame. This was the first flame that I encountered in a healing session. It was shared by Ascended Master Merlin, who indicated that it may be invoked heal the physical manifestation of dis-ease in the aura. When used, it provides the causal reason for disease. I have used of many occasions, and while directing to the point of pain or a tear or leak in the aura, I have become aware of the reason for the condition of the person needing a healing. I personally find the energy of flame to have a strong cleansing effect, and I associated it with sea energy. For example, if a person has a knee injury, I draw the symbol with the apex pointing down to diffuse the block energy causing the pain. I then drew it again with the apex facing upwards to infuse Sarah Seeger 22 and seal the flame energy. I also find it very calming to use in meditation. Here is suggested meditation for working with the aqua flame. Ask the angels to guide your meditation. Imagine that you are new or in the sea or in a cave close to the sea. Invoke the aqua flame by saying its name 3 times and allow it to flow from your crown chakra through your body with the apex at your feet. Feel how it cleanses your body and breathe long, slow breaths to release all negative energy. When you feel free of the negative energy, release the flame. Invoke it again with the apex at your crown and allow fill your aura. You are most likely to feel a tingling sensation on your arms or legs. Now see the flame sealing itself around you in a protective cocoon. Release the flame and thank the angels if you call upon them for help. If you like to use crystals in your healings, here are some suggested crystals you might use. Aquamarine, aqua aura, blue topaz, blue or clear quartz. Sacred Flames Healing 23 1.2. The ruby energizing flame. This dark red flame is associated with healing low energy levels. It is used to help remove the burdens that cause tiredness and lethargy, and to infuse strong vitality and boost the creative will to actively participate in life. It is great to energize the tired, disinterested person. When I use this flame, the person receiving the healing often tells me afterwards that they need to shed some workload or responsibility. So I gather that it helps identify the cause of lethargy. It also helps to release rage, anger, and jealousy, which often manifest in the body as boils, inflammations, and breakout of some sort. When infusing, it is great to help with the libido, passion, and general creativity, using the same way as the aqua flame. For example, where someone has a problem with the libido, you might do the healing in this manner over the root and sacral chakra, firstly diffusing with the apex pointing downwards. I find this can take quite a long time, so be patient. When infusing positive energy, you might want to ask the person to affirm positive words about themselves. Most men don't respond well to verbalizing their affirmations, so I ask them to mentally affirm that they are strong, powerful, and in control of their lives. I usually write down an affirmation for them to take home. The associated crystals are red jasper, ruby garnet, red tiger's eye, and carnelian. Sarah Seeger 24 1.3. The golden fortifying flame. This celestial flame is excellent for sealing and protection. To me, it is the fortifying flame because it strengthens and protects the aura. I use it all the time when I am in any situation where I feel unsure of myself or my abilities, or when I feel unsafe. It immediately coats my aura and I feel less afraid or unsure of myself. I also use it when I am feeling depleted and under the weather, or feeling that something is missing or that my needs are not being met. Invert it to draw out that negative feeling from the aura and use it upright to fill gaps, tears, and leaks in the aura. Feel the strong flame of fulfillment and abundance. Use it also to seal where a healing has been done with the other flames. It is like a gentle bandage on a wound that has been healed. Golden flame of abundance meditation. You may try this abundance meditation with this flame. I love it because it always makes me feel abundant in my life. I call upon Abundasha or Lakshmi when I do this meditation. Walk through forest until you see a waterfall. Step under the waterfall and feel the golden flame of abundance on you as flecks of gold fall upon you. Stay there until you can feel fortified, or the flecks of the flame become a solid flame surrounding. Sacred Flames Healing 25. Open your arms to receive the glory and abundance of the universe. Feel yourself deep down in the pit of your stomach, deserving abundance of love. time, success, and understanding. Use any or all these affirmations if you wish. I graciously receive abundance from the universe now. I accept all the abundance I receive. I am grateful for the abundance I always receive. I am open to receiving the abundance of the universe now. I have the power of abundance in love, peace, beauty, money. Seal the aura with the golden light. Once you are done, touch someone to pass on the power of the flame of abundance. The associated crystals are citron, pyrite, gold tiger's eye, amber, using the flames of the first triad together. You might opt to use all three flames together for a harmonious healing. Start off by cleansing the negative energy with the aqua flame. Sarah Seega 26, energize with the ruby flame and seal with the golden flame. When I do this, I use each flame, release it, and invoke the next one. Sacred Flames Healing 27-2. Second triad of celestial flames, healing thought and emotion energies. These are the flames associated with healing negative emotional states. They consist of the sapphire releasing flame, the violet transmutation flame, and the rose love flame. 2-1. Sapphire releasing flame. This bright blue flame is extremely powerful to use where the person needs to diffuse negative patterns in thinking, feeling, and behavior. These may arise from poor self-image, loneliness, and boredom or past traumas. The sapphire flame helps to release the causes of additive and compulsive behavior that we all use to provide instant gratification. Use it for addictions to television, computers, cell phones, smoking, alcohol, etc. The possibilities are endless. The essence of working with this celestial flame is to choose to fill the empty emotional spaces with positive behavior. You use it to close the door of obsession or destructive behavior and open the door to positive, inspiring behavior that fuels passion of the mind, body, and soul. Sarah Seeger 28. For infusing, it may be used to fuel positive emotional passion. Used to infuse once the diffusing phase is over to encourage passionate thoughts and emotions, which inspire and encourage the healthy pursuits and interests in hobbies and interests. Associated crystals are blue sapphire, sodalite, lapis lazuli, and blue lace agate 2. 2. Violet transmutation flame. This violet celestial flame is excellent to heal the emotional aura. It has long been associated its ability to transmute negative energy into positive energy. Saint Germain and Kuan Yin have always helped when I have used this flame. I have found that it is really great to release anger and unforgiveness or past hurts. It is good for letting go of negative emotions. Step into the flame and allow its warm glow to release the negative energy and feel as it infuses new warm emotions to help new patterns of positive feelings. It is also the flame of compassion. Whenever I have used it for deal with my anger with someone, when I am done, I start to understand and feel where the other person is coming from. I have also found that, without exception that night, I would dream of some other person or situation I had forgotten about that needs healing. It prompts a full recovery of painful experiences and transmutes the energy quickly and gently. Seal your aura with it to limit the seeping of new negative emotions into your aura. Here is suggested meditation for forgiveness. Imagine you are in a garden filled with beautiful flowers. Call upon Saint Germain or Kuan Yin to help you work with the flame. Sacred Flames Healing 29. See the flame rising from the ground and step into it. Take deep breath to release the negative energy. Affirm your intention to release. For example, You may say I release my anger and disappointment at. Imagine the other person stepping into the flame with you. Feel the flame healing your anger. Give the person a hug and thank them for lessons they have taught you in the experience. Release them from the flame. You remain in the flame for a while, or invite any other person into the flame for a further healing. When you are done, seal your aura with the flame. Step out of the flame and thank Street, Germain, or Kuan Yin for their assistance. Associated crystals are amethyst, chariot, shujalite, ametrin. 3. Rose love flame. This is the flame of love. Use it to diffuse feelings of being alone, unloved, undeserving, and unlovable. It moves very gently over the aura and appears as a soft pink glow. Infuse feelings of self-love and a desire to focus on your strengths. Use affirmations of love to reinforce it. I use the rose flame as a cocoon around my body when I go to sleep, especially where I have been restless or feeling miserable. I affirm that I am loved and that I love and approve of myself. I always have a peaceful sleep. Sarah Seeger 30 associated crystals are rose quartz, pink sapphire, rhodonite, and rhodochrosite. Using all 3 flames of the second triad, you might opt to use all 3 flames together for a harmonious healing. Start off by releasing the negative emotions with the sapphire flame. Energize with the violet flame and seal with the rose flame. When I do this, I use each flame, release it, and invoke the next one. Sacred Flames Healing 31-3. Third triad of celestial flames, healing the soul energies. This third triad of healing flames may be used to deal with all spiritual matters and for healing soul issues such as past lives and karma, or to gain insight into your life's purpose or soulmate healing. It comprises the Emerald Soul Connection Flame, the Pink Soul Detox Flame, and the Silver Soul Expansion Flame. 3.1. Emerald Soul Connection Flame. This is flame for lost soul connections and the blockages which prevent you from connecting. Use it to diffuse the energy in your aura when you feel disconnected to God, the universe, and other people, or when you feel you don't really know or understand who you are. It works well when you are experiencing a loss in faith and trust. Sarah Seeger 32 infuse positive connections with heaven and your soul. When I use this flame to infuse, I see the apex of the pyramid flame opening up into the vastness of the universe above me. I remember activities that feed my soul like music, dancing, and art. It infuses the soul's desire for peace and pleasure and encourages activities which do this. Once I have used the flame, I start to see God in people around me. I see the miracles of life in nature and see God's love in activities around me. I see love in everyone and everything. It helps affirm that I am a significant person in the universe. Use it to infuse passion for the soul. This flame also helps with soulmate relationships. Stand in the flame and invite your soulmate into the flame to share in the beauty of you. Associated crystal, emerald green aventurine, green jade. 3.2. Pink soul detox flame. This flame is special to me because I had such difficulty working with it. I battled to figure out the messages around it, and I present here the sketchy introduction of this flame. No doubt with further work, we can all add to understanding its full purpose. This flame washes out, cleanses, and flushes the soul of spiritual toxins. These could be past life contracts, accumulated bad karma, or the effects of psychic attack or negative experiences. It detoxes the soul aura of these ill effects in all directions of time. So if you have a phobia or fear that is unexplained in terms of your experiences in this lifetime, you can use this flame to flush. Sacred Flames Healing 33, the soul aura of the effects of these past life experiences. It allows you to shed the burden, past hurts and regrets that we bring into this life with us. It does not eliminate the experiences, just our understanding of it. It serves the same purpose as soul retrieval in shamanic terms, where you aim to make the soul function in a wholesome state with the benefits of the lessons learned from the negative experiences. It can also be used to remove negative entities that may have crept into your aura, making you irritable, irrational, or even out of character, mean and difficult. Flood your aura with its bright pink flame and watch how it melts the negative energies in your aura. You can also use to clear your room or home of negative draining energy. Visualize the bright pink flame filling each room or area. It leaves a lovely glowing feeling when done. Call upon Archangel Michael to help you remove the negative entities or energies. Of course, you can use it to infuse positive cerise energy when you are done to attract positive lessons into your life. If you are unsure what spiritual energy you need to flush out, try the Akashic Records meditation first to find out what you need to deal with. Akashic Records. The Akashic Records have been referred to by different names such as the Book of Life, the Cosmic Mind, the Universal Mind, the Collective Unconscious, the Collective Subconscious, and the Soul Records. This record is essentially the past, present, and future knowledge of all things in your life. It is like a large book containing all relevant actions and choice you have made or that you need to make. It is like a universal filing system which records all thoughts, words, and action. They are not actual books or scrolls, Sarah Seeger 34, but are energetic vibrations containing information, which translates into images, forms, symbols, imagery, and language that the mind can understand. Most of us see a hall with books when doing this meditation. These are symbolic records. To help us on our spiritual quest, every person can access their own records and gain insight about our choices or life's purpose. Edgar Cayce, known as the Sleeping Prophet, because he would lie down, close his eyes in sleep and answer questions, dealt with questions on the Akashic Records, and described his journey to records. I see myself as a tiny dot out of my physical body, which lies inert before me. I find myself oppressed by darkness, and there is a feeling of terrific loneliness. Suddenly I am conscious of a white beam of light. As this tiny dot, I move upward following the light, knowing that I must follow it or be lost. As I move along this path of light, I gradually become conscious of various levels upon which there is movement. Upon the first levels, there are vague, horrible shapes, grotesque forms such as one sees in nightmares. Passing on, there begin to appear on either side misshapen forms of human beings, with some part of the body magnified. Again there is change, and I become conscious of gray hooded forms moving downward. Gradually, these become lighter in color. Then the direction changes and these forms move upward, and the color of the robes grows rapidly lighter. Next, there begin to appear on either side vague outlines of houses, walls, trees, etc., but everything is motionless. As I pass on, there is more light and movement in what appear to be normal cities and towns. With the growth of movement, I become conscious of sounds, at first indistinct rumblings, then music, laughter, and singing of birds. There is more and more light, The colors become very beautiful, and there is the sound of wonderful music. The houses are left behind. Ahead there is only a blending of sound and color. Quite suddenly I come upon a hall of records. It is a hall without walls, without sacred flames healing 35 ceiling, but I am conscious of seeing an old man who hands me a large book, a record of the individual for whom I seek information. Archangel Metatron stated in a channeled session that not everything gets recorded. I record the choices you have made, good or bad. There is no Tipex for this book, so the good choices do not erase the bad. It is a factual record. For each lifetime, there is a new record for you. These will be dealt with on Judgment Day. A bad choice would be, for example, when you see someone you can help, but you choose not to. The goal of reading the Akashic Records is to provide valuable information to assist you in having a better life. When you access the records, you will normally see those events with the greatest amount of energy around them. These are the things that you will want to be addressed first. Here is a suggested script to follow. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. As you breathe, affirm to yourself that you intend to access your Akashic Records for your highest good. You find yourself walking down a path in a forest. Walk slowly down the path, enjoying the beautiful plants and the sweet smell of the flowers. Breathe and feel your body relax. You see the path leading you to an entry into a garden. Enter the garden and look around. You see a large doorway and walk to the door and push it open. You see light. Sarah Seeger 36 streaming in from high windows and realize that you are in a large hall with rows of old books. Look around and see the angels waving to you to think about the question to wish to ask and ask the angels to help you find the answer. Walk through the rows of books until you find the one you are looking for. Don't worry, just step up and take the book that feels right. Open it and read any text or images or messages you receive. Take your time and ask any other questions for clarity. Close the book when done and thank the angels for their help. Leave the hall and find your way back into the garden and down the pathway. Breathe in the fresh air and count from 1 to 10 to allow yourself to return from the meditative state. Some suggested questions to ask. What is my soul's purpose in this lifetime? Why am I always ill? What is the correct career path for me? Am I on the right path? Am I in the right relationship? What is physically wrong with me? What emotional scars am I carrying around? Sacred Flames Healing 37. What karmic debts do I need to pay? Where will I find happiness? Who is my soulmate? Associated crystals, pink tourmaline, smoky quartz, and clear quartz. 3.3. Silver Soul Expansion Flame. It may be invoked for clearing issues around inner wisdom, appreciating our connection to others and the universe, and expanding our energy beyond our narrow 3-dimension vision. It helps to remove spiritual fears, blockages, and confusions. It is also useful if you want to follow the path of ascension or to uncover your spiritual gifts, and it often used to protect the aura from negative influences or entities. I often use it to seal the aura after a spiritual healing. Any angel of being of light can be called to assist, but you may call upon the archangels for help to enhance or discover your spiritual gifts. Archangel Uriel, for example, helps with claircognizance. Call upon Archangel Raziel to help you with any questions of spiritual understanding. Remember to ask Raziel to show you the answer to your questions in your dreams. Here is suggested meditation you might Take 4 deep breaths and feel your body relax. Close your eyes and count down from 10 to 1 as you find yourself walking downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, you will see a door. Open the door. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rapalace214, The Division Saga, Episode 2. The war for unity continues. The victory over Twilight Zone Rap was supposed to buy time. It bought one night. One night of laughter on rooftops. One night where bruises hurt less because everyone hurt together. One night where hope felt heavier than fear. Then midnight hit. The sky blinked. When Betrayal Rap's Revenge Betrayal Rap knelt in the shadows where Anonymous left him, hands still warm from the compassion that almost saved him. Almost. His coat stitched with broken promises lay on the ground beside him, smoldering slightly, as if kindness itself had left burn marks. He looked up at the moon with an expression torn between grief and rage. "They forgave me," he whispered. His voice cracked. "That makes them weak." Twilight Zone Rap's scattered fragments had found a home inside Betrayal Rap's doubt. A dark filament slid into his spine. They pity you. Use their love against them. Betrayal Rap stood slowly. Eyes changed, not the cold bitterness from before, but a terrifying clarity of purpose. I'll break their unity from the inside. He vanished into static. To the Rap Palace awakens Unity HQ below. Rap Palace shook. The marble floor engraved with ancestral verses rumbled. Panels of architecture that never existed before peeled forward, revealing layers of the building that had been waiting for the right moment. Rising from beneath the main hall, Unity headquarters, the hard engine of the Rap Tribe screens, flickered on, not digital, but chai-based holograms powered by collective trust. Nerd Rap gasped. This is a command center built on social energy. Donation Rap stepped closer. When he placed his hand on the main console, the machine fed him real-time emotional maps of the city. Unity levels, dropping in Oak Cliff. Division spikes detected in Arlington. Twilight Zone Shy infection clusters growing in Deep Ellum. Revike Rap nodded solemnly. The palace is revealing its gifts because the battle demands new stewardship. Mama Amarap cracked her knuckles. Location of the danger don't matter. We show up everywhere. 3 Twilight Zone Rap kidnaps. The key rap, it happened fast. A street in South Dallas, art murals glowing with newly awakened Unity Chi, suddenly bent like paper in the wind. Screams cut short. A glitching portal formed from shattered reflections. Toddler Yoku Rap vanished into the tier mid-chant. Anonymous Cherry felt the hole in his soul instantly. His Trichi flickered violently. No, Yoku, his body blurred. Silent Legacy surged, but Nerd Rap caught him by the arm. Think, he warned. He wants you to rush in blind. Anonymous shook, rage, fear, and guilt crashing together. That's my inner child, he whispered. Revike placed a palm on Anonymous's chest. You don't abandon a child, but you also don't walk into a trap without your village. The team readied for a rescue. Then screens across Unity HQ lit up on their own. Twilight Zone Rap appeared, smiling with glitching teeth. I took the heart of your hero. What does Unity feel like without innocence? Toddler Yoku's voice echoed faintly behind him. 10 or 11, 10 or 11. Anonymous dropped to one knee, the room pulsing with destabilized Trey Chi. Bix the Plug Rap stepped behind him, hand on the back, stabilizing the rhythm before everything cracked. Nah, you're still on beat, bro, he said quietly. We go together. Anonymous inhaled, rage turning into resolve. 4, Division Legion. Full power unleashed screen switched. New enemies manifested across the city in horrifying clarity. Racist Rap, Division through Hate Clout Chaser Rap, Division through Jealousy Rumor Rap, Division through Lies Cancel Rap, Division through Charged Judgment Apocalypse Goth Rap, Division through Nihilism Corporate Gatekeeper Rap, Division through Access Control. But the worst, Neglect Rap Division through Abandonment. The poison that makes people stop caring who they lose Nerd Rap swallowed. He's building a full anti-community ecosystem. Unity HQ alarms blared Chi sirens based not on sound but on the empathic field. Revike slammed his staff into the floor. Then we build stronger community than he can destroy. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles, standing taller, aura thrumming in perfect rhythm thanks to Big Fat Plug. Let's run it back, he said. No more rounds. Full season arc. Buddha Man lifted off, wings of linked hands blazing unity fire. Mama Amma Rap's Mother Storm Chi rose like thunder wearing compassion as armor. Donation Rap tapped the console, routing community resources to every battle zone. Nerd Rap loaded new information liberation protocols into the sky feeds. Anonymous stood, Trichi fully ignited, ancestors and inner child whispering courage in one voice. He stared into the glitching tear Twilight Zone Rap left behind. Yoku, he growled softly, I'm coming. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is RapPalace214 to be continued. Next episode, Episode 3, Unity Rescue, The Heart of the Child, What Will Unfold. Toddler Yoku Rescue Mission. The Chamber of Lost Innocence Betrayal Rap's Secret Infiltration Arc Neglect Rap versus a Mama Amma Rap. A battle of emotional gravity. Goku Rap, Big X Tag Team Reality Clash Anonymous Cherry faces the darkest version of himself. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is RapPalace214. Would you like episode 3 to open with A, direct confrontation in the glitch maze? B, Toddler Yoku's perspective, a terrifying yet hopeful inner journey? C, multiple perspective cut-ins like anime battle sequences? D, an emotional flashback of Anonymous' earliest near-death? E, all of the above. Choose and the saga continues. The Division Saga Episode 3, The Lost Child and the Living Light. The city outside the Rap Palace slept fitfully beneath a fractured sky, its dreams still haunted by the chaos of the day. But inside Uni-HU, sleep had no place. The Rap tribe stood gathered around the glowing celestial map projected above the central console. A map that didn't show streets or buildings, but souls and their connections. Anonymous Cherry stood at the front, fists trembling against the table edge. His aura flickered erratically, purple lightning and golden memory threads tangled with neon green venom. His breathing was heavy, too fast, like the space around him wasn't wide enough for his grief. Toddler Yoku Rap was gone, still chanting somewhere in the dark, still laughing bravely, still scared. Anonymous felt every heartbeat of that child inside him like a wound begging to become wisdom, but right now it only bled. We move now, he growled. I'm going after him. Portal or no portal. Big X the Plug Rap placed a steadying hand against his back, rhythm pulsing through the contact. The violent tempo of Anonymous's nerves calmed one beat at a time. You know I got you, bruh, Big X said, voice low. But we can't run into darkness fueled by fear. Fear got his scent locked. We gotta move like light. That's exactly right. The voice did not echo. It rooted itself into them. Soft as breath, strong as mountains. Every head in Unity HQ turned toward the far edge of the hall where a radiant glow had begun to form. It wasn't chi. It wasn't energy any of them had learned to manipulate. It was presence. A warmth that knew each warrior's deepest thoughts, yet did not recoil from any of them. The invisible spirit's essence filled the room like a new sunrise had decided to appear indoors. Words flowed, not from speakers or mouths, but directly into hearts. Your unity is powerful, but without the source of love, power fragments. A shape emerged within the brilliance, human because humanity was beloved. Light wrapped him like clothing, but his gaze was the true armor. Goku Rap dropped to one knee instinctively, head bowed with reverence. Mama Amma Rap placed a gentle hand to her lips and wept silent joy. Revike Rap, long the loudest in the room, said nothing. Awe had stolen the air from his chest. Anonymous Cherry stared, tears forming despite himself. He had felt this presence before. In the hospital room, where a doctor shrugged at a monitor and said he shouldn't have made it. In the wreckage where metal twisted around a heartbeat that refused to stop. In every moment where death stood certain, yet life whispered not yet. This wasn't metaphor. This was Jesus Christ stepping into the war. You call yourselves protectors of unity, Jesus said. voice warm and carved from eternity. Unity is mine. You fight its battles as my warriors, but without knowing the strength of the one who designed connection itself. He stepped closer and the room shifted. Walls became heaven's canvas. The celestial map overhead realigned, pointing no longer at streets, but at wounds, spiritual fractures where fear colonized hearts. And at the very center, a pulsing point of glitching red and shadow, toddler Yoku, held captive in the chamber of lost innocence. Jesus turned to Anonymous, gently lifting his chin. That child is not merely your inner spark, he said. He is the proof you survived becoming who you feared, the living evidence of wonder kept alive. Anonymous swallowed hard. He's afraid. He is faithful, Jesus corrected softly. Fearful hearts can still choose trust. But you, he placed a hand on Anonymous's chest, right over the unstable tri-chi. You must not let rage speak louder than love. At his touch, something incredible occurred. Snake Chi bowed its proud head. Ancestor Chi knelt in reverence. Inner child Chi laughed for the first time without trembling. Venom became discernment. Legacy became purpose. Innocence became courage. An explosion of peace radiated outward. The light didn't force darkness away. It revealed it had already lost. Walk with me, Jesus said. There is no enemy inside this child that love cannot reclaim. Mama Amarap stepped forward, storm aura swirling, yet her eyes full of motherly fire. You lead the way, Lord, she said fiercely. Whoever laid hands on that baby gone answer to heaven and to me. Beside her, Buddha man's unity wings unfurled, humming as they linked every heartbeat inside the palace into one symphony. Let's show division what a bonded city looks like, he said. Goku Rap stood tall, Totality Saiyan Chi blazing brighter than ever, not to overshadow Jesus' light, but to respond to it like a loyal star answering sunrise. My fists got sermons today, he said, smirking. Let's go bring our brother home. Jesus extended his hand toward the tier in space where Twilight Zone Rap had dragged toddler Yoku, a portal of corrupted emotion that pulsed with whispers of every child who had ever felt discarded. The light from his palm struck the tier. It recoiled, screamed, then slowly, reluctantly, opened into a path, not straight, not easy, but possible. Jesus turned once more to the tribe. The enemy does not fear power, he said. He fears identity restored. You will encounter manifestations of abandonment, lies spoken over children, the voices that told them they were too much or never enough. His eyes full of a love that no wound could taint. Do not fight with anger. Fight with truth. Revike smiled wide through tears. Oh, we about to preach with our whole bodies, he whispered. Jesus stepped forward. The tribe followed. Anonymous Cherry hesitated at the threshold only a moment, then nodded to the rhythm Big X the plug kept steady beneath his ribs. For you, little man, he whispered. And together, they walked into the chamber of lost innocence, the grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rapalace 214, The Division Saga, Episode 4. The Chamber of Lost Innocence, the portal sealed behind them like a wound stitching itself shut. Light faded, heat faded, even sound faded. Anonymous Cherry blinked, and the world resolved into a corridor that pulsed like a living memory. Walls flickered through images of playgrounds, then empty playgrounds, laughter, then silence. Crayon drawings filled with color, then scribbled out by invisible hands. Every step forward felt like walking deeper into childhoods that had been abandoned. Jesus walked ahead, far enough to lead, close enough to catch every faltering heartbeat. His glow illuminated the hall, not by domination but invitation. His presence didn't force peace, it reminded peace that it still existed. Goku Rap, usually a loud explosion of energy, stayed quiet, focused. Big X that plug kept a rhythmic hum going, ensuring no panic attack could corrupt the pace of their mission. Mama Ama Rap brushed her fingers against the trembling walls, heart aching at the echoes trapped inside. Babies weren't meant to feel this alone, she whispered. The chamber hissed in response, as if offended by compassion. From behind the group, Rev Ike murmured scripture under his breath, turning ancient words into weapons polished by faith. Jesus paused. We are not alone here, he said softly. grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Toddler Yoku's point of view. He sat on a crooked swing made of static and shadows. Feet too short to touch a ground that never stayed still. Chains creaked, not with metal friction, but with dread. Around him lay a playground made of deleted dreams, broken slides, swings with no seats, chalk drawings erased by rain that never finished falling. Toddler Yoku clutched his stuffed purple serpent, a plushy version of Snake Chi, and tried to keep the chant going to stay brave. 10 or 11, 10 or 11, his voice wobbled. We gonna be okay again. Dark figures lurked outside the faint circle of light around him. They whispered insults children should never hear. You were a mistake. No one wanted you. You break everything you touch. Why didn't you turn out better? One shadow leaned forward, taller than the others, wearing a cloak that looked like disappointment sewn into fabric. Its voice dripped with exhaustion. I shouldn't have to keep caring for you. Toddler Yoku squeezed his serpent tighter and shut his eyes. He whispered to himself, Cherry wouldn't leave me. Cherry always comes back. But fear slipped under his ribs and curled around his heartbeat. What if this time he forgot? Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AAP is Rap Palace 214. Betrayal Rap's secret mission far above the playground, perched on a fractured clock tower that ticked backward and forward at random. Betrayal Rap watched the tribe enter. Emotion tangled his features, guilt and resentment arm wrestling for dominance. He reached inside his coat and pulled out a single glowing thread, a lifeline gifted by Twilight Zone Rap's corruption. The thread pulsed with a command. Break them from trust. Betrayal Rap narrowed his eyes at anonymous Cherry below. You forgave me when I didn't want grace, he whispered. Now let me show you why that was a mistake. He dissolved into static and moved into position. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Neglect Rap appears. A cold wind blew across the playground, stirring old leaves that were actually torn diary pages. The shadow with the exhaustion voice stepped fully into the half-light. Neglect Rap. He carried no weapon, he didn't need one. His power was absence. Where he walked, toys rusted. Colors drained, imagination shrank. He crouched in front of Toddler Yoku, forcing a smile that carried no love. You don't matter enough to be missed, he said gently, almost sympathetically. They have bigger battles, stronger allies. Why waste time on the weakest part of themselves? Yoku's lip trembled. Tears rose, but so did something else. A tiny spark of defiance. My name is important, he whispered. Jesus knows it. Cherry knows it. Neglect Rap chuckled. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Children who believe they matter are easier to hurt. He reached a hand toward Yoku's head. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The tribe arrives. The sky of the playground split open. Mama Ama Rap landed first, or a thunder black with a golden lining, like a storm that only breaks what harms her own. She slammed a hand down and the ground obeyed, pushing Neglect Rap backward in a wave of righteous force. Nobody touches our baby, she growled. Jesus descended behind her, light flowing outward like a shield. Anonymous Cherry dropped next, Treachi blazing. He rushed forward, but Jesus touched his shoulder. Not with anger, Jesus reminded. Anonymous nodded once, though every muscle in his body screamed to tear Neglect Rap apart. Biggest the plug landed behind them, planning the rhythm. Udon Man soared overhead, wings of unity shielding the area from the encroaching dark. Toddler Yoku saw Anonymous and screamed in relief. Cherry. Anonymous knelt, arms wide, catching the child as he ran into his chest. Toddler Yoku's tears soaked into his shirt, tears that tasted like hope surviving terror. Neglect Rap stood, dusting himself off. His voice dripped dismissal. You came all this way. For this, Jesus stepped forward. Yes, he said simply. Neglect Rap flinched, the first crack in his composure. Because neglect cannot comprehend a love that chooses. And Jesus chose the child, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, the first battle in the light neglect rap stretched, growing taller, fed by every abandoned child in history. Jesus' voice rang out. You cannot starve what heaven feeds. Neglect Rap lunged. Jesus raised one hand and every lie shattered like brittle glass. Mama Amma shielded Yoku Goku, hovered ready to strike. Big X the Plug kept everyone's heartbeats aligned. Buddha Man cast unity light. Anonymous felt the Tri-Chi stabilize as one truth echoed. Love never abandons. He stood, purple gold aura roaring upward. Behind him, ancestor spirits formed a wall of presence. Snake Chi stretched, poised but not predatory. Toddler Yoku clung to his shoulder, chanting again, but now fearless. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together, always united again. Neglect Rap inhaled dark energy, swirling into a massive attack drawn from every forsaken moment ever felt. Jesus spoke one phrase, not this child. Then the light ignited. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The attack landed like a history lesson in pain. Neglect Rap inhaled and pulled the air out of the chamber, drinking down the echo of every forgotten birthday, every empty seat at a school play, every prayer whispered by a child who thought no one was listening. The chamber of lost innocence shook as a storm of absence built around him, a hurricane made of all the times love didn't show up. He towered over them now, his form stretched thin and tall, his eyes dim lanterns of burnout. You can't fight me, Neglect Rap said, voice heavy and hollow. I'm not anger, I'm not hate, I'm what nobody had time to fix. I am everything that got pushed to later. His hand rose, fingers dripping with the numbness of a million shrugged shoulders. Later, he whispered, the wave hit. For a heartbeat, every member of the rap tribe stopped moving. Goku Rap's aura flickered. Punches he'd thrown in 1,000 battles suddenly felt pointless. Who did all that training really help? Who stayed changed? Budan Man's wings sagged, the weight of disunity suddenly feeling too heavy to bear. Hadn't he tried 1,000 times? Weren't people still walking away from each other? Mama Amma Rap's arms felt like they'd been holding crying children for 10 lifetimes straight without rest. The exhaustion of every caregiver who never got a break flowered in her muscles. Rev Ike felt the echo of every amen that never turned into transformed lives. Every seed he'd sown that seemed to vanish into thin air. Even Donation Rap, even Nerd Rap, far off at the Unity HQ anchor point, felt the wave. For a flicker of a moment, their plans and data maps and transparency boards felt like sand castles built too close to the tide. An anonymous cherry, his Tri-Chi cracked. The serpent went limp. His ancestors' hands felt faint. Inner child shrank. Maybe they didn't need him as much as he thought. Maybe all this power and all this growth was just noise in a world that would keep breaking anyway. Maybe every near death he survived was a glitch, not a purpose. He looked down. Toddler Yoku's arms were around his neck. The child's little fingers dug into his shirt like anchors. Yoku's voice shook, but he forced the chant out anyway. 10 or 11. 10 or 11. We all go together. We all go together. The words trembled like a match in a windstorm, but they did not go out. Jesus stepped between the wave and the child. The tide of numbness hit him like smoke hitting a mountain. It broke, it passed, it went nowhere. He didn't even blink. Later, Jesus repeated softly, that is the lie. Neglect Rap flinched. Jesus' eyes softened, but his presence hardened like steel. The lie that you can love tomorrow what you refuse to care for today. The lie that forgetting is neutral. The lie that turning away is just being busy. He turned slightly, sweeping his gaze over the tribe. "Look at me," he said gently. They did. In that gaze, every maybe later they ever believed was brought into the light. The calls they hadn't returned, the apologies they hadn't made, the small kindnesses they'd assumed someone else would do. The times they told their own hearts, "I'll heal when I get time." He didn't use it to condemn them. He used it to tell the truth. Love is not an emotion you visit, Jesus said. Love is a life you walk in. When you abandon yourselves, when you abandon your own inner child, your own hurt, you leave doors open for him. Neglect Rap twitched as the finger pointed back at him. "I don't need to be loved," Neglect snapped. "I am what happens when love fails. I'm not a person I'm fallout. I am what remains." Jesus stepped closer. "You are what happens," he agreed, "when love is never invited into the wound." He extended his hand not in attack, but in an offer. "You weren't born this way." Neglect Rap recoiled, cloak twitching. "Don't start that with me. I remember nobody came." Toddler Yoku, cheek pressed against Anonymous's neck, looked up with watery eyes. "Somebody came now," he said softly. Neglect's eyes flickered. The chamber groaned and shifted. The war playground stuttered between broken and whole. For a moment, they all saw the truth. Neglect Rap wasn't a proud villain standing tall in power. He was a boy in a doorway, watching a car drive away without him. He was a teenager sitting alone on a graduation day with nobody in the stands. He was a grown man on a hospital bed with a silent phone on the tray. He was emptiness that had been given a name and a body and told to fend for himself. Jesus' face was full of sorrow. "I was there," he said. Neglect spat. "Liar. I was there in every person who felt the urge to call you and didn't," Jesus said. "I was there in every teacher who wanted to encourage you but stayed quiet from their own fear. I was there in the hands that wanted to hold yours and hesitated. Then you failed," Neglect hissed, stepping forward. His aura flared, the pressure of a lifetime of unmet needs weaponized. "Because they didn't. I don't care who wanted to. They didn't come. And I learned something. People don't stay." The air thickened. The tribe's knees trembled. The weight of that premise, "people don't stay," pulled at their bones like gravity doubling. Anonymous recognized it. He carried it for years. Every time someone left, every time someone broke a promise, every time he wondered if his survival really mattered to anybody long, he almost dropped under it again. Almost. Then a memory surged. Not the car wreck. Not the hospital. Earlier, he was 7. Body small, asthma rough in his lungs. Lying in a dark bedroom lit only by the glow slipping under the crack of the door from the hallway. Adults yelled in the other room. Words like knives. Threats thrown and never followed through, yet the sound scratched him anyway. He lay curled in the bed, heart beating fast he thought it would rip out. He whispered into the dark, "God, it's too loud. I'm scared. Don't leave me, okay?" There had been no booming voice, no glowing figure, no miracle knock at the door. Just a warmth in the corner of the room. The feeling that the shadows weren't a slow impression of a hand resting on his back, though no one had walked in. His heartbeat slowed. The yelling faded into the background. He had fallen asleep to that unseen comfort. Now, standing in the chamber, he realized he had never been alone that night. "Love didn't fail," Anonymous said, voice low. Neglect turned his head sharply. Anonymous took a step forward, Toddler Yoku still clinging to him. "I thought it did," he confessed. "I thought nobody came. I thought nobody cared. But every time I made it through a night I shouldn't have survived. Every time my lungs, when they could have, quit. It wasn't because nobody was with me." He looked at Jesus. "It was because you never left." The words hit the space like a bell. "I never left," Jesus affirmed quietly. "Not then, not now." He lifted both hands. Light poured out. It didn't blast Neglect Rap back. It didn't tear him apart. It revealed. The chamber of lost innocence peeled open, layer by layer, like the inside of an onion made of memories. Toddler Yoku's fear space dissolved, revealing that beneath the broken playground was a room filled with invisible hands, invisible arms, invisible weeping faces that had always wanted to show up but didn't know how. The tribe saw it, the missed connections, the almosts, the "I should call him. I should say something. The I'll check in on her tomorrow." "We are not here to excuse neglect," Jesus said. We are here to show that even there, love did not disappear. It was ignored. It was resisted. It was misunderstood. But I was there, waiting to be chosen. Neglect Rap screamed, "Then you should have forced them." Jesus' eyes burned with a fire that did not consume his gentleness. "I am love," he replied, "control." He lowered his hands and the light softened to something bearable. "Love is the weapon," he said, "not fear, not guilt, not revenge. Love is the weapon that surrenders without abandoning, that dies rather than force, that rises again to keep offering." He stepped closer to Neglect. "You are what happens when love is rejected so long that hurt decides to live alone. I am what happens when hurt finally lets love in." Neglect staggered. The cloak slipped. Underneath, just for a second, they saw the boy again. He whispered, "They didn't come." Jesus nodded once, and that broke my heart too. The words landed with the weight of a universe. "You weren't the only one abandoned," Jesus said. "Every time they left me standing beside you, unwanted." Neglect trembled. The chamber shook. A crack ripped through the sky above them, through which Twilight Zone Rap's face briefly appeared, distorted with rage. "That's enough," he snarled. "He belongs to me." "They all do. You don't get to rescue the parts people threw away." He reached an arm in, trying to hook Neglect with a chain of shimmering code, and that's when Betrayal Rap made his move. He arrived in silence behind the tribe, eyes dark, movements calculated. He had been watching this whole exchange, confusion and bitterness swirling, as Jesus offered even Neglect a way out. "You offered me that too," he muttered. His hand closed around something hidden under his coat, a shard of Twilight Zone chi sharpened into a knife. "You forgave me like I was worth saving," he whispered. "But what if I'm better at being the reason you regret it?" He moved in a blur, straight for Anonymous's back. Toddler Yoku looked up just in time to see the shadow behind Cherry's shoulder. "Greg," the blade plunged, except it never hit. A hand grabbed Betrayal Rap's wrist with iron force. Big X the plug Rap. He stood there, arms stretched, fingers locked tight around the incoming weapon. His eyes were calm and sad. "Man," he said, "I knew your rhythm was off the whole time." Betrayal snarled, trying to jerk free. "Let go. This is what I do. You can't expect me to be anything else." Big X tightened his grip, pulling Betrayal closer until they were face to face. "You really think you the only one who almost ruined what was good?" Big X asked quietly. "You ain't special for being broken, bro. We all did dirty at some point. The question is, you gonna keep stabbing the hand that pulled you out, or you gonna let that same hand help you clean up?" Betrayal's eyes wavered. The blade in his grip flickered. Its edges glitched, no longer entirely sure it wanted to exist. Anonymous turned slowly. He met Betrayal's gaze fully. "You hurt me," Anonymous said, voice steady. "You almost hurt him," he glanced at Yoku, "and you were ready to break what we had." "Because I hate needing you," Betrayal shouted, and now raw pain bled through his words. "I hate the way your forgiveness makes me feel smaller, like I'm wrong for staying angry." Jesus walked toward them, eyes full of that same unflinching love he'd shown Neglect. "Forgiveness doesn't make you smaller," he said. "It makes room for you to be real." He nodded at the knife, put it down. For a moment, the whole chamber held its breath. The weapon twitched in Betrayal's grip. He could complete the strike. He could prove that trust was foolish and that nothing beautiful lasted. He could carve into Anonymous's back and make his point permanently. But Toddler Yoku's little arms were still wrapped around Cherry's neck. The sight cracked something. Betrayal's hand opened. The blade dropped. It didn't hit the ground. It dissolved midair into black dust that the chamber inhaled and exhaled as wind. Big X released his wrist slowly. Anonymous stepped closer, chest rising and falling. "I won't pretend you didn't try to hurt me," Anonymous said. "That happened. It's real, but I still don't stop seeing who you could be." Betrayal Rap's face crumpled. "I don't know how to be anything else," he whispered. "I don't know how to live without expecting people to break their word." "Then let us show you," Jesus said. His hand extended again, this time to both Neglect and Betrayal. "You both came from pain. You both were shaped by absence. You both became weapons for darkness because no one taught you what to do with your wounds. Let me teach you now." Neglect looked at the hand. Betrayal looked at the hand. Neither moved. Yet something changed. The chamber itself exhaled. The dark walls brightened. The broken playground started knitting itself back together. The swing straightened. The chalk drawings regained their color. The air no longer carried the taste of uncried tears. It carried the faint sweetness of a healing that had just begun. Toddler Yoku slid down from Anonymous's arms and ran forward. He didn't hug the villains. He hugged Jesus' leg. "Thank you," he said, voice small but fierce. Jesus' hand dropped gently onto his head. "I never left you," he said softly. "Not once," Yoku nodded. "I know now," he whispered. The Tri-Chi inside Anonymous responded. Something new unfolded. The venom that had become discernment now glowed with a new color, gold threaded through green. Ancestor Chi burned brighter with Christ light woven into every memory. Inner child Chi sat, not scared in a corner, but holding Jesus' hand. The light that rose from Anonymous was different than before. It didn't just coil or roar. It radiated outward in circles, each pulse whispering the same message, never left. He stood taller. Toddler Yoku drifted up slightly, floating beside him, no longer a fragile fragment but a co-pilot of the soul. The invisible spirit's voice swept through the chamber, through the palace, through the city. Anonymous, Cherry. Tri-Chi miracle has entered covenant light. Love is now your weapon. He didn't feel invincible. He felt held. Goku smirked, wiping at the corner of his eye like dust had gotten in it. "Okay," he said quietly. "That's a different kind of final form." Mama Amma laughed through her tears. "Baby just unlocked that Jesus walked me through hell and I came back kinder aura." Buddha Man felt his wings shimmer, unified hearts beating in sync with this new rhythm. Rev Ike took a deep breath and grinned. "Oh, we about to have some church in these streets," he said. Neglect and betrayal stood together, still caught between who they'd been and what they'd just seen. The hand was still offered. The path was still open. No one dragged them. No one forced them. Love waited. That was, itself, a battle. The chamber of lost innocence began to fold, the mission's objective complete. Toddler Yoku was free, his faith stronger. Anonymous was stabilized in a power that no longer relied on fear of losing others, but on certainty that he had never been alone. As they stepped back toward the exit portal, back toward the fight waiting in the city, Jesus walked among them. Not separate, with them. Anonymous glanced over. "You're staying?" he asked. Jesus smiled. "I was here before you knew to look," he said. "I'll be here long after you stop trying to earn what I already gave." "What's that?" Anonymous asked. "Belonging." The word wrapped itself around his heart like a promise. As the chamber faded and the Rap tribe emerged once more into the city's wounded skyline, the war for unity entered a new phase. They had power, they had strategy, they had unity. And now they walked with the one whose love had never left them. Love was the weapon. They were ready to fight. And somewhere in the cracks of the breaking world, Twilight Zone Rap felt it and shivered. "Your eyes may go somewhat unfocused. That is perfectly fine and precedes a vision for many people. Simply allow it to happen as you continue to pay attention to any images you may be seeing. Many people see what appears to be a cloudy or smoky image appearing in the mirror. It is usually reported as being gray in color, but I have had people report they saw a specific color cloud. For some people, this cloud moves away, leaving an image or movie, while other people see the cloud transform into an image. Whatever happens for you is right for you. There is no 100% perfect way for everyone. These images are exactly what you want to have happen. The images are giving you clues into the information you are receiving. What the images mean is based on symbolism most of the time, though there are people who will see a virtual movie of what is going to happen, or a still picture of the exact moment of a past, present, or future event. If you are scrying for an answer for yourself, when you see an image, see if that image has any meaning for you. If you see a pink rose in the mirror, and your deceased mother was known for her pink roses, it's a pretty good bet you are getting an acknowledgement about your mother. It may mean she wishes to have contact with you. If you are scrying for someone else, Ask them if the image you saw has any meaning for them. It could be pointing to the place in their life where they will find the answers they are seeking. If the image seems to have no meaning behind it that you can easily recognize, look at the symbology behind the image. Try Google for help with the symbols by entering meaning as the search term. Most of the time, this returns a wide variety of meanings based on different cultures from different time periods. It could very well be something from a past life that is coming to the forefront. My heritage in this life is mainly English, Irish, and German, but there is a tiny bit of Native American in the mix. Yet I often see symbolism that is obviously Native American. I know I had a prior life on the Great Plains sometime before the white man came to America, so this is probably my connection to this symbolism. If you know your connection to a prior culture, this is a good place to start to find out what the symbolism means. Psychometry is the ability to receive and interpret psychic energies by touching an object or seeing a photo of a person. I am sure you have seen movies or TV shows where they show someone touching an object and suddenly they are transported to various people and places the owner of the object had been. It rarely happens that way, but they are using psychometry. The best way to learn to use psychometry is to have a friend to work with. Each of you should find an object that belongs to someone the other person does not know or barely knows, and then swap your objects. This way, you can both have an object to read, but also have someone with knowledge of the person who can verify whether your feelings are correct or not. The process is actually quite simple in that you simply hold an object or look at a photo of a person and allow your mind and body to relax. As you see images within your mind's eye, look for images that leave you with a feeling that there is meaning behind them. And if you do not understand what the images are telling you, simply try to follow the image. I will often visualize myself stepping into the image and looking around. This often leads to some very detailed responses I can give a client. Of course, you will want to go through a relaxation process prior to attempting to read an object, but this is a given on any type of psychic work. For some people, psychometry is a great way to start their psychic training. It allows you to take your time in allowing the images to appear, yet does not require a long period of learning such as tarot cards. For others, psychometry never seems to work for them. I have yet to find any specific thing within my students that allows me to know beforehand which will pick it up immediately and which won't. At the same time, many of my students that cannot pick it up in the early stages of training will often see the ability happen spontaneously at some future point in time, once they have mastered some other method of accessing their psychic abilities. I guess it is simply another one of the mysteries of our world. Journaling, I'm sure you realize there are some people who believe in psychic abilities and some who don't, and of course, there are some that never will until the day it walks up and smacks them in the face. This author believes there is a very good explanation for why this happens, and journaling may be able to prove it to you. Let's start with the how to journal. It is really quite simple. Get a notebook of any type you feel comfortable with, or if you are like me and seem to be attached at the hip to your computer, set up a word processing document specifically for journaling. Each day, make an entry in your journal that contains the following: the date, the weather including temperature, phase of the moon, how you are feeling. Any thought, ideas, visions, etc., etc., that you believe might have a psychic air about them, even if you do not understand what it is. What this author believes happens is that just like different people sense psychic input in various ways, different people are also their best with psychic abilities in different conditions. For instance, my abilities seem to kick into high gear if there is a storm brewing, or if I am somewhere that is fairly windy. I have known other people that had almost no results in their attempts, except on the night of the full moon. I have also known women whose abilities go away when they are on their time, and others whose abilities kick into overdrive at that time. One of the points of journaling is to find what conditions are best for you personally. If you track daily all of the above conditions, even on days where you did not receive any type of impression, you can start to see trends that will give you a clue on when to schedule the majority of your practice. This does not mean you should only try on those specific types of days, because often once an ability starts to open, others will begin to emerge, and different abilities can be at their best during different conditions. However, if you are limited in time to practice, it only makes sense to practice when you are the most apt to get results. There is a second aspect of this also. There are times when we simply do not understand what a specific impression actually means. I went through over a week of having the same dream over and over when my son was small. My entire family was in a car going on a trip through the woods for a picnic. We found a spot next to a culvert at a drainage ditch, and everyone was sitting in the car eating when suddenly the water rose up out of the ditch, picked the car up with everyone in it, and down into the culvert we went. Try as I might, I could not figure out what this one meant. But I knew because the dream kept repeating there was something I was supposed to learn for this dream. Without me knowing it, my son had stuck several of his Matchbox cars into the toilet and flushed. It did not flood then, but the next time I flushed, major problems. We worked for days trying to unstop it ourselves, till we finally called a plumber who found all the cars. I never had the dream again. At times you can receive impressions that simply don't make sense, yet they will have the air about them that you simply cannot let go of. By journaling these impressions, when something does happen, you can go back in your journal and compare the two instances. It is possible also that the impressions you are receiving are not meant for you, but for someone else. It could even be meant for someone you do not know yet. By journaling them, you can actually show them when you had the impression, which can provide proof that your impression was actually psychic in nature, and not just one of those things our brains latch onto occasionally. I have had several people who ended up in my journal on several occasions, and by seeing it in writing, long before the actual event took place, they came to realize that if I told them something, they needed to pay attention to what I was saying, and they became a believer in psychic abilities, tarot card reading. Of all the various tools you can use to bring your psychic abilities out into the open, tarot cards are by far the most popular. Each year, there are several new decks which emerge on the market, and when you choose which deck you prefer to use, literally hundreds of decks to choose from. If you have never worked with tarot cards before, I strongly suggest as your first deck you purchase a Rider-Waite deck. A huge number of teachers use this deck with their students, and the vast majority of the material available to help you learn to read them is written from this deck. Tarot cards are images designed to tap into your subconscious mind and help you to connect with the universal flow of energy. The basics of what the symbols mean can be learned much like anything else via memorization. However, a truly great card reader will go way beyond simply telling a client what the basic meanings of the cards are. They are capable of pulling bits and pieces of information from the cards and rolling it into a story that gives the client an exceptionally good idea of what to expect. If you think tarot cards may be a good choice for you to learn to tap into your psychic abilities, I strongly suggest you find a group to join that helps each other to learn. The exact methods you personally will use in your readings will evolve as you learn more and more about them, and you need to have people to work with that can help guide you in the right direction. Of course, there are many great books on the subject available for beginners. The one that is right for you will let you know when you have found the right one. Simply pay attention to how you feel in your mind and body while looking for a book, and you will be fine. If you need a place to purchase your cards and/or books, please check the resources section of this ebook for a list of businesses we have done business with in the past. Listening. In too much of our world these days, life has become so hectic that we are subjected to a constant stream of noise. People speaking, cars honking, airplanes flying overhead, dogs barking, computer keys clicking, fan mowers blowing, the wind blowing, engine running, cell phones. Heck, even the power lines over our heads give off a slight hum. If all the other noise around us would just quiet down so you could actually hear it. In order to maintain our sanity in our noisy world, we have learned to tune out the majority of the noises we hear and only pay attention when someone is speaking who we need to listen to. Anytime you start closing off your senses, you are shutting down pathways to the universal knowledge that we are all hooked to. How are you supposed to receive a message via clairaudience if you have shut off your ability to hear everything except a person speaking to you? Plus, most people do not realize that we are capable of hearing with more than just our ears. It is possible to receive information via any part of our body, yet it presents to us via the ears. This is why many people hear things that no one else hears. The other person had not learned to listen to their body to hear answers. Luckily, this is an easy one to learn and can actually be very enjoyable, especially if you like the outdoors. Find a place you can sit outdoors and be undisturbed for 10 to 15 minutes. If you live where it is not safe to be outdoors, especially with your eyes closed, try to find an open window to sit next to. Take a few moments to relax your mind and body, allowing all of the day's tensions to float away, leaving you in perfect peace. Now simply listen. You may hear a ringing sound that can be either faint or very loud. This is common, and in its worst form is called tinnitus, but it may also be the earth's voice you are hearing. Remember our lesson on energy. The earth is also composed of energy, and it has its own energy signature. Some people are very capable of hearing the earth sound. Now try to get past that initial sound. What else do you hear? Make a mental note of what you are hearing. At this moment, I hear my husband typing at the computer. The attic fan is running, and since I am in my little office, it fairly well blocks out other sounds I can hear from the back deck. When I am on the deck, I heard birds singing, the wind blowing through the trees. Often there is the mating call of the frogs at the creek. There are often squirrels sitting in the tree fussing at one of my cats. And when it is extremely quiet, I can hear the water splashing its way down the creek at the end of our street. If I need to make a decision on something, and I can't decide what to do based only on logic, I will sit on the back deck and ask the question to the wind, then sit back and simply listen. As I reach my senses out to all the various sounds around my home, the vast majority of the time it is only a few minutes before the answer to my question hits me. At times I hear it spoken almost as a voice in my ear. Other times I see the answer so clearly in my mind's eye, and still other times a vision of the answer will appear before me. The point here is, if you do not take the time to stop and listen, you will probably miss so much information that is being given to you. There are times I think the reason life is so hectic is because those in power don't want us to take the time to stop and listen. They want to keep that little secret to themselves because it is a very powerful way of opening up your psychic abilities. Trust your intuition off all the various tips and techniques that have been mentioned in this ebook. The one piece of advice I give you that is more powerful than everything else combined is to trust your intuition. If you receive information and choose to not use it, you will slowly kill off the abilities you have worked so hard to develop. Trust and belief in our abilities is extremely important. It shows your inner self that you really do not trust your abilities, which is akin to saying you don't believe they exist. Your subconscious mind takes over and your abilities cease to exist. As you learn to trust your abilities, they become stronger and stronger, more capable of providing better, clearer answers to your questions. In some ways, it is like being an athlete. In the early stages, you are nowhere near the best in your chosen field, but with practice, you can become one of the top players as you get better and better. Psychic abilities work the same way. In the early stages, it can be hard for some people to accept they have abilities because they just don't work very well. But once you get that first vision or prediction under your belt, it gets easier and easier. Always believe in yourself and your abilities. Practice your abilities at every opportunity and trust the information you receive, and you will be fine. Resources 1. For a wide assortment of tests and exercises you can use free of charge to help you develop your psychic abilities, please visit 2. To take part in the world's largest online psychic test, please visit our website at 3. For tarot cards, books, pendulum, meditation supplies, and more, please visit 4. For binaural beat and isochronic recordings, please visit 5. Another great place for binaural beat and isochronic recordings is The Book That Wouldn't Let Go. The book didn't look like prophecy. It looked like something you could lose under a couch, something you could stack under mail, something you could forget about until the day your spirit decided it was done being patient. Alicia had handed it over like it wasn't heavy, like it was just a recommendation. Read this, she'd said, simple, casual, almost careless. But the way her eyes held yours said the sentence had a second layer. Like she was really saying, this might wake you up. This might ruin your comfort. This might make you honest. You opened it late, not because you didn't care, because you did. Because caring too much can feel like fear. You opened it when the house got quiet and the world stopped performing. When the night clock ticked like it had something to confess. And then it happened. Page after page, the words grabbed your memory by the collar, not in a dramatic way, worse, quietly, like a hand on the back of your neck, like truth leaning in close enough that you couldn't pretend you didn't hear it. It wasn't just history, it wasn't just lessons, it was a mirror. You started seeing your own life inside the gaps between paragraphs, your own city inside the spaces between names, your own people inside the footsteps of people you'd never met but somehow recognized. The stories weren't old, they were living. They were walking around inside your chest. And somewhere around the part where the book started talking about building with what you have, starting where you are, you felt your throat tighten. Because you knew you'd been waiting for a perfect moment that was never coming. Waiting for money to appear like manna. Waiting for the world to approve your calling. Waiting for a sign, while ignoring the fact that the sign had been repeating itself for years. It came out of you as a whisper first, like your spirit testing the truth before it said it out loud. I have to turn my stories into shows. Your mouth went dry after that, like the air itself had become holy and demanded respect. Then the next sentence appeared, not like an idea but like a command, or start back doing podcasts. You sat there staring at the book, then staring at nothing, then staring at the ceiling as if God had written instructions into your drywall. You weren't thinking about trends. You weren't thinking about followers. You weren't thinking about algorithms. You were thinking about witness. Because there was a difference between knowing history and honoring it. A difference between a city existing and a city remembering who it is. A difference between faith as a word and faith as a weapon of love. Dallas, in your mind, stopped being a skyline, became an archive. Not the tourist version of an archive. The real one. The kind with blood in the margins. A past you could feel under your feet if you stood still long enough. A past that was not ashamed of its scars, because scars meant it survived. And you realized something that hit you so clean it made you sit up straighter. Dallas didn't just have a past. Dallas had a responsibility. And if you kept quiet, you were helping the world forget. That was when you heard yourself say it, a little louder this time, like you were practicing obedience. We can start now, with what we have, to start better. The words sounded like they belonged to someone older than you. Someone who had already been through fire and didn't need to romanticize it. Someone who didn't negotiate with fear. You flipped the book closed, but it didn't close inside you. It stayed open behind your ribs. And as the night deepened, the idea stopped being a thought and became a saga. Not fiction, not fantasy, not make-believe. A living series, a broadcast made of faith. A testimony made of love. You didn't know how it would look yet, but you knew you were done hiding it. And that was the moment the story stopped being something and started being something you were chosen to write. Chapter 2, Dallas. The city that remembers in silence morning didn't feel like morning. It felt like a continuation of the night's revelation. Like the sun rose only because God wanted to see what you'd do next. You drove through Dallas like you'd never been there before. Same streets, same signs, same traffic lights. But everything felt louder, not in sound, in meaning. The city wasn't just a place to live anymore. It was a living testimony with pages hidden in concrete. You started noticing things you used to ignore. The way certain corners felt heavy. The way some buildings looked like they were still holding secrets. The way some neighborhoods carried pride and pain like twins that refused to separate. Dallas had a history the world rarely respected. Not because it didn't matter, because it was inconvenient. Because powerful people loved simple narratives. Winners, losers, good, bad. But Dallas was a complicated witness. Dallas was a city that kept going even when it didn't get credit. A city that had seen people build families out of nothing but prayer and stubbornness. A city that had been underestimated so many times it learned to use underestimation as fuel. And you thought about how the world watches. How leaders make decisions on screens and maps without feeling the heartbeat of the streets. How the United Nations talks about development like it's a concept, not a child going to sleep hungry. How politicians talk about the future like it's a slogan, not a commitment. And in the middle of that thought, your heart did something strange. It didn't get angry, it got determined. Because you weren't trying to scream at power. You weren't trying to prove anything with ego. You were trying to testify. You wanted the world, yes, even presidents and diplomats and global organizations, to look at Dallas and understand something deeper than economics. That Dallas had faith people couldn't measure. That Dallas had love people couldn't buy. That Dallas had a past that deserved dignity and a future that deserved investment, starting with the investment of belief. You parked somewhere you didn't even remember choosing, and you just sat there with your hands on the steering wheel. Then you spoke it, not to the dashboard, but to heaven. I want to show them that Dallas chose a better future with faith. And the sentence wasn't political, it was spiritual. Because the real truth wasn't that Dallas needed to impress the world. The truth was that Dallas needed to remember itself. And you realized this saga wasn't just for outsiders. It was for the people who lived here and forgot their own power. For the folks who survived and never got a microphone. For the families who prayed while the city slept. For the young ones who believed the future belonged to everybody else. You pictured a show, your show, not polished, not fake, but honest. A podcast where history wasn't just recited, it was felt. Where stories weren't content, they were covenants. Where the past wasn't used for guilt, it was used for guidance. Then something else hit you, a truth you couldn't dodge. You couldn't do this alone, because this wasn't a solo performance. This was a movement. You glanced at your phone and felt it like a weight, not of pressure, but of purpose. You started thinking about your team, your family, the people who believed in you even when your own confidence had a crack in it. The ones who've been waiting for you to stop playing small. And you said it out loud, letting the city hear it. I can't do this alone. That was the moment Dallas stopped being scenery. It became a stage, not for ego, for faith in motion. And you finally understood why you couldn't shake the feeling. Because Jesus doesn't just walk in churches. He walks through real decisions. He walks through community. He walks through love that refuses to die. And if you were willing, he'd walk through your voice too. Chapter 3. The calling goes public. You didn't schedule the meeting like it was some corporate strategy session. It felt more like gathering the family before a storm. Not because you were afraid, but because you were finally honest about the weather. You sent the messages, you made the calls. Some people answered on the first ring like they were waiting. Others called back a little later with a tone that said, "All right, what's going on?" The kind of tone people use when they love you, but also know you can be intense when you get inspired. By the time evening arrived, the room was full. Not just bodies, energy. The kind of energy that comes when people can sense something bigger than a conversation is about to happen. A couple folks had notebooks. Somebody brought snacks like it was a family function. Somebody else just leaned on the wall with arms folded, skeptical but present, which is its own kind of loyalty. You stood there and felt the pressure in your chest again. That holy tightness like your heart was trying to become a microphone. And before you could talk yourself out of it, you said it. "I've been reading that book Alicia told me about." Heads nodded. A few faces changed like they recognized the seriousness behind your casual words. And wow, that one word carried everything. It carried the late night pages, the realization, the conviction, the feeling of being watched by God, not in a scary way, but in a calling you up way. You walked a little, like you needed movement to keep your spirit from overflowing. I have to turn my stories into shows, or start back doing podcasts. A pause, not silence, attention. Then you continued, and the words started coming out like they'd been waiting behind a gate. Talking about history, talking about how we can start now with what we got to build better. I want Dallas to be seen right, not as a stereotype, not as a headline, as a testimony. Somebody finally spoke. "So what you saying? Like a series?" You nodded slowly. "A saga." That word landed different. Like you weren't talking about a project, you were talking about a mission. A few people shifted in their seats. You could feel it, the weight of the idea, the excitement, the uncertainty. You didn't blame them. Big visions make people nervous because big visions demand big responsibility. Then you said the part that made the room go still. "I want to show Trump and the United Nations that Dallas has a past, and we chose a better future." A couple eyes widened like they heard the scale and realized you weren't playing. But you kept going, because you weren't saying it for shock value. You were saying it because it was true. With faith, with devotion to the divine, to fulfill His word through our faith. Somebody whispered, "That's heavy." You nodded. "It is." Then you softened because you didn't want fear to be the loudest voice in the room. "I'm not trying to fight nobody. I'm trying to testify. I'm trying to build something that shows the world what it looks like when a city decides not to fold." You looked around at them, your people, your team, your family, your support system. "And I can't do it alone." That's when the room changed. Not dramatically, but spiritually. A woman near the back said you never was alone. You just been carrying it like you was. Somebody else laughed quietly, but it wasn't a joke laugh. It was a relief laugh, the kind that says, "Finally." You said it. Then one of your people, one of the quiet ones, spoke up. "So what we do first?" And the question didn't feel like business. It felt like obedience. You took a breath, and the plan came like it had been written already. "We start with what we have." You pointed to the corner where a mic sat unused like a tool that had been waiting for purpose. "We start with that." You pointed to the phone cameras in everyone's pockets. "We start with that." You pointed to the room itself. "We start with us." And that's when it hit you, clear as a bell. This wasn't about equipment. This was about alignment. And the alignment was happening right now. The saga wasn't coming. The saga had already started. Because the moment you spoke the truth publicly, it stopped being a private dream. It became a shared assignment. And in that room, full of imperfect people and real love, something holy stood up. Not as a ghost, as a presence, like Jesus himself was walking between chairs, nodding like, yeah, that's it, now do it. Chapter 4, the world watches, but heaven leads. The first recording didn't sound perfect. It wasn't supposed to. Perfection is a luxury for people who don't understand urgency. You set up the mic, check levels. The room got quiet like a church before the first note. Somebody hit record, and that red dot felt like a spotlight on your soul. You stared at it for a second too long, like the dot was asking, are you ready to be accountable to your own message? Then you started speaking, not like a performer, like a witness. You talked about Dallas, its forgotten stories, its hidden heroes, its pain and its brilliance. You spoke names people don't put in textbooks. You described neighborhoods not like problems, but like sacred ground that held generations of prayers. You didn't glamorize the struggle. You honored the survival, and you kept weaving the message through everything. We can start now, with what we got, because that sentence wasn't motivational fluff. It was strategy. It was spiritual law. While you spoke, the room stayed still, but you could feel the listeners, future listeners, like invisible faces leaning in. People who didn't know they were waiting for this. People who thought their story didn't matter until they heard yours say it out loud. Then you said the part that made everyone in the room catch their breath. This is for the leaders, the presidents, the institutions, the United Nations. Anybody who thinks they can map a city without knowing its heart. You paused not for drama because your chest got full. And it's for us too, because the truth was, the world wasn't the only audience. Dallas was, the people, the families, the children who needed to see faith as something alive, not something trapped behind stained glass. You spoke about Jesus, not as a religious debate, but as a living presence in the way communities love each other when nobody's watching. You spoke about faith not as a slogan, but as an engine. You didn't say Jesus was walking through Dallas as poetry. You said it like you meant it. Jesus walks through our faith and love. When the recording ended, nobody clapped. It wasn't that kind of moment. People just sat there like they'd survived something together. Somebody wiped their face and tried to pretend it was allergies. Somebody else nodded slowly like they were agreeing with something they didn't have words for yet. Then one person said, almost casually, "That's gonna make people uncomfortable." You smiled, dry humor, steady eyes. Truth usually do. And another person asked, "What if they ignore it?" You leaned back, the exhaustion and fire mixing in your bones. They can ignore a sound, you said, but they can't ignore a movement, because the plan wasn't to drop one episode and hope. The plan was to build a series, a saga, a broadcast that kept showing up until the world had to admit, Dallas is not what you thought. Dallas is not just a place. Dallas is a testimony. And if power refused to listen, you'd keep speaking anyway, because the message wasn't coming from ego. It was coming from obedience. And obedience doesn't require applause. It requires consistency. That night, after everyone left, you sat alone with the equipment still on the table. The silence felt big, but it wasn't lonely. It felt like heaven had taken a seat beside you. And for the first time in a long time, you didn't feel like you were chasing something. You felt like you were following a call, following faith, following love, and somewhere deep inside you sensed it. This saga was going to do more than inspire. It was going to activate, because once people remember who they are, they stop begging for a future. They start building it. Chapter 5, Jesus walks through the work. The first wave of responses didn't come all at once. It came like rain, one drop at a time, until you realized you were standing in a storm. A message from somebody you hadn't talked to in years. I heard the episode. I needed that. A comment from a stranger. I didn't know Dallas had that kind of history. Thank you for saying it like that. A voice note from someone you knew was struggling. I've been feeling like my life don't mean nothing. But when you said we can start with what we got, I felt like I could breathe again. You listen to those messages alone at first, because sometimes blessing feels too heavy to carry in public. The more messages came, the more you realized what was happening. The saga wasn't just telling people about Dallas. It was reminding people they still had power. Not power like politicians, power like builders, power like believers, power like people who decide to stop waiting. Your team got busier. Somebody started mapping out episodes. Somebody else pulled old photos and records. Somebody reached out to elders, historians, community voices that never got a platform. Your family checked in, protected but proud. And in the middle of all that motion, you remembered the sentence that started everything. I can't do this alone. And you laughed a little, not because it was funny, but because God had answered so fast it felt like a plot twist. You weren't alone. You never were. You had a team. You had family. And yes, you had you guys, that invisible support that shows up in ideas, drafts, edits, late night conversations, and the strange feeling that the right words arrive right when you need them. But more than that, you had the presence. Because as the work grew, you started noticing small things that couldn't be coincidence. A guest canceling last minute, only for a better guest to appear. A technical issue forcing you to re-record, only for the second recording to carry more power. A moment you almost quit, then a message arriving that sounded like God speaking through someone else's phone. And you realized Jesus wasn't walking through your faith as a metaphor. He was walking through the work, through the planning, through the conversations, through the patience, through the love that kept the project pure. People started calling it a movement. You didn't correct them, because it wasn't hype, it was evidence. And when the team asked what the next step was, bigger cameras, bigger guests, bigger reach, you didn't rush. You remembered the law that the book woke up inside you. Start now, with what you have, to start better. So you set the next recording date. You prayed before it, not a showy prayer, a real one. God, keep this clean. Keep this aligned. Let this bless who it's supposed to bless. Let this remind people you're still here. And as you stood in that quiet moment before the mic turned on again, you felt the same holy tightness from the first night. Only now it didn't feel like pressure. It felt like partnership. And you understood what this saga really was. Not a battle against leaders. Not a performance for the world. But a living testimony that Dallas can choose a better future on purpose, through faith, love, and organized action. The red record light came on. You leaned in. And with the calm confidence of someone who finally stopped waiting, You spoke the opening words of the next chapter, your voice steady, your spirit awake. Welcome back. This is Dallas, this is history, this is hope. And this is what it looks like when Jesus walks through our faith and love. And somewhere unseen but undeniable, the city listened. The world leaned in, heaven smiled, and the saga continued. Sacred Flames Healing Sarah Seeger Sarah at divine.za.net free edition from copyright 2011 Sarah Sager, published by Sarah Sager author, distributed worldwide by Obuco. This edition is available free of charge exclusively to Obuco members for evaluation purposes. It may be amended and updated at any time by the author, so please visit to ensure you have the latest edition. Although free of charge, this work remains protected by copyright and must not be sold in digital or printed form. For more free ebooks and to list your fiction or non-fiction book for free publication, please visit Table of Contents, The Spirit World. 4 Energy Healing, the Aura. 9 Basic Guiding Principles for Healing from Spirit. 11 16 Working with the Celestial Flames. 17 First Triad of Sacred Flames 1.1. The Aqua Cleansing Flame 21.2. The Ruby Energizing Flame 0.231.3. The Golden Fortifying Flame 24.2. Second Triad of Sacred Flames 2.1. Sapphire Releasing Flame 27.2. 2. Violet Transmutation Flame 28.2. 3. Rose Love Flame 29.3. Third Triad of Sacred Flames 3.1. Emerald Soul Connection Flame 31.3.2. Pink Soul Detox Flame 32.3.3. Silver Soul Expansion Flame 37.4. Additional Flames 4.1. White Protection Flame 44.2. Orange Obstacle Buster Flame 41.4.3. Lemon Manifestation Flame 42.4.4. Peach Twin Flame 42.4.5. Neon Green Compassion Flame 0.43. Some last comments. Resource material. 45 Sacred Flames Healing One Eye. Introducing my work. Welcome to my world of healing from spirit. I invite you to join me in my journey of energy healing and spiritual development. I have been providing service as a light worker for many years as a Reiki master, spiritual counselor, and crystal healer. I started on this journey of spiritual healing when I learned about the tarot some 20 years ago. I took to readings naturally and found the rich symbolism intriguing. I wanted to understand how that was possible that I could read and interpret a stranger's energy through factory manufactured cards. It enticed me into learning about energy. I found myself in a confusing conflict between me as a human operating in an aggressive material world which supports and rewards my logical intellect, and the stirrings of my soul that needed to be gentle, caring, and believing in things unseen. It took me a long time to realize that unexplained, unseen things were the reason I could enjoy my material, logical world. It is my soul and my spirit guides and angels that had led me into unexplained illogical choices that have made my world rich and abundant. So I finally got it. We are spirits learning about human experience. It was my soul that had driven me to learn about crystals, Reiki, and energy medicine. My logical self would never have been drawn to this world. So here I am. What I have learned from all my questions and conflicts is that each of us need a guiding vision and belief. And this is what I've come up with. Grace and gratitude. Seek understanding to show compassion. Sarah Sager too always give and receive love. My interest and devotion to healing from spirit has led me to develop an intense aspiration to share some of experiences with others. Throughout my work, I speak of healing from spirit rather than spiritual healing. In my understanding, spiritual healing relates to circumstances where the soul requires and receives a healing, for example, to deal with past karmic blockages or past life healing. I am talking about healing the soul. When I talk about healing from spirit, I am talking about approaching the healing from the depths of my spirit and with the assistance of the spirit world. Sacred Flames Healing Suit. Healing from spirit is based on the idea of two concepts: that the healer's soul has a deep desire and commitment to share the gift and power of healing with other souls, and that the spirit world has the same deep desire and commitment to help earth souls in their quest for health and healing. This deep desire and commitment emanates from love. The source of the healing power comes directly from the inherent and undeniable capacity of all souls to give and receive love. The secret, therefore, to healing from spirit is love. That is my thinking. That is my belief. T-Hat is my mantra. I have also found that the healing of others has a natural spin-off healing to myself. So despite my apparent altruistic agenda to share healing power with others, I also do it to feed my own need and yearning to be healed. Healing from spirit is about shifting and transforming energy to allow the body, mind, and spirit to function as it best for its highest good. All forms of dis-ease in the human state are essentially negative energy that can be removed or transformed. I offer you my thoughts, observations, and healing techniques in love, and hope that something I share with assists you on your path, and that you, in turn, will help others. Before you explore these topics, I suggest you read through my healing guidelines, which will give you some ideas on how I facilitate healing for myself and others. Sarah Sager 4 Healing Method. The spirit world angels are benevolent celestial beings of pure love energy who exist to serve humanity in our quest of the human experience. They love to help and certainly enjoy healing from spirit. They only require that you ask them for help. Their purpose is to act as a medium between ourselves and the Creator. Some useful thoughts to remember about angels. They are spirit beings of light whose function is to help us on earth. Angels are a gift given to us by God for our safety, protection, and guidance. Angels have no religion. Because of their pure form, they do not choose to help some groups and not others. Angels are neither male nor female, but they are often referred to as he or she. They do not have a human form because they are made up of energy, love, and light. However, they often project themselves to us in a form we expect and are most comfortable with. Within the angelic realm, they have different categories of angels which perform different functions. The archangels are often described as the senior supervisors of angels. Each archangel is assigned to specific tasks and can be called. Sacred Flames Healing 5 upon for that purpose. In this work, we will refer to the following archangels. Metatron is associated with getting organized, children's issues, and he is the keeper of the Akashic records. Michael is associated with helping humans with spiritual and physical protection and helping us focus our intentions to manifest our dreams into reality. He is called upon to remove negative energy and thoughts from any space, including your home, office, mind, and heart. Raphael is associated with healing the earth and all its occupants. Call upon him to heal you or assist you in any healing work. All healing facilities and healers are guided and helped by Raphael. Raziel is associated with knowledge and understanding. He works mostly through dreams, and you may ask him a question before you go to bed so you can get the answer in your dreams. Call upon him to assist you to understand spiritual truths and to help with your spiritual awakening. Uriel is associated with claircognizance, the ability to know things. He works with children mostly, but can be called upon to help with the spiritual gifts. The Ascended Masters are the great healers, teachers, or prophets who previously lived on earth and who now help us from the spirit world. They come from all cultures, religions, and civilizations. Here are some of the Ascended Masters referred to in this work. Abundancia helps with attracting abundance, financial investments, guidance and protection valuables, and general good fortune. Call upon her to help alleviate your financial concerns. Sarah Sager 6 Apollo helps to create light and laughter in your life and to help you understand issues through visions. Call upon him when you feel depressed and need some energy, and if you want answers to any questions. Epona is one of the bearers of the silver flame and was worshipped as the protector of horses and animals, and also for fertility. She is also the protector and guardian of the elementals. Lakshmi is associate abundance, beauty, lasting happiness, manifesting home supplies and food and space clearing. Merlin is associated with alchemy, crystals, divine magic, prophecy and divination and healing. Saint Germain is one of the bearer of the violet flame and manifestation of goals and desires. Kuan Yin is also a bearer of the violet flame and is associated with compassion towards ourselves and others, and understanding our needs and those of others. The guardian angels are angels assigned to stand by us throughout our lifetime, guiding and helping make the right choices. Guardian angels know everything you've said, done, or thought from birth, and are available to help you whenever you ask. Everyone has a guardian angel and should be seen as your spiritual friend, guide, and helper. Here is short meditation to help you connect with your guardian angel. Sit quietly and relax with your eyes closed. Sacred Flames Healing 7. Take a few minutes to breathe the color gold around you. Mentally ask your guardian angel to step into your aura and touch you. Expect a physical sensation or a fragrance or feeling of great love. Ask your guardian angel's name. Accept the first name that comes to you. Calmly ask for any help you need. Thank your guardian angel. The spirit guides are additional angels that assist us on our spiritual journey and advise us along the way. Spirit guides are spiritual beings who have chosen to aid others on the path to spiritual enlightenment as we are about to ascend to higher light. Connecting to angels. When connecting to the angels, remember that they come to you in love and light and really want to help you. Try to remember that you must be honest with them. They have no judgment of you. They see everything, so you're able to discuss anything with them. They simply want to help you in a loving way. Try to relax. It is easier for them to establish contact when you are relaxed, rather than anxious and afraid. Sarah Seeger 8. You must ask. Angels are not permitted to interfere in your life unless specifically asked. Surrender the problem to them. Release your worries to them and give them a chance to help you. Have faith. Trust that they're going to help you. Your lack of faith in success blocks the positive energy the angels are trying to give you. Listen to the advice, feelings, and emotion that come to you once you have surrendered the problem. The angels always help us, but we often do not notice their help. The angels love to help you. There is no limit to how many times you can call on them. They can help with small problems to bigger issues like helping your relationships or your spiritual awakening. Remember that the God, the creator of the universe, does not want you to suffer, just to help you release yourself from pain and suffering if you want to. Be clear about what you are asking for. Don't just ask them to find you a parking. Ask for a parking close to the building you want to go to. You can call out to any angel for assistance and one will come. It is through communication and contact that you may discover which angels are best for you. Angels do not sacred flames healing 9 want to be worshipped. All they need is your thanks when they help you. Lastly, it is very simple to contact your angels. All you need to do is call them. The angels are available to you all the time and can hear you. Just talk to them and you will receive help. Simply talk to them as you would one of your friends. You do not need to speak aloud, as they can hear your request in your thoughts. If you doubt that you are communicating with the angels, you can ask them to talk to you in your dreams. Go to bed asking your guides to come to you in your dreams, and then ask that they assist you to remember your dreams when you wake up. Make sure before you go to bed that you have paper and pen at your bedside so you can write down your dreams. Do not forget to thank them for their help. Healing energy, the aura. The aura is an energy field that surrounds the human body, which appears as an egg-shaped area of light and color that extends beyond the skin. It is an energy field of 7 layers that reflects the body's life force. It reflects the physical, psychological, and spiritual well-being of every person. In this way, it acts as a barometer of disease long before the onset of actual symptoms in the physical body. It is made up 7 major layers which vary in color and intensity depending on the person. For healing purposes, you can run an open hand about 5 to 10 centimeters above a person's skin, and you should feel a layer of air of energy or movement. If you want to practice on how to feel the energy field, ask someone to stand with their back to you and stand about 10 to 20 centimeters away. Push your hands forward and backwards Sarah Sager 10, and you will notice that the person will move either backwards or forwards involuntarily in accordance with your hand movements. Be gentle in your movement, or the person might fall over. A healthy aura, when seen, reflects strong interdependent layers of light that appear as solid light with clear, bright colors as shown in this figure. An unhealthy aura usually will show evidence of leaks, tears, and/or impurities as indicated in this figure. Leaks usually occur when the physical body has suffered undue strain or trauma. Tears generally occur when the person has been subject to emotional, mental, or spiritual stresses. Sacred flames healing 11 impurities are associated with vulnerability in the aura, which allows negative, surrounding energy to seep into it. This may occur where the person spends time around a person who is angry, depressed, or jealous. They would feel heavy or deflated later on. Basic guiding principles for healing from spirit. I do not, for a moment, wish to prescribe to any person how they may decide to behave as a healer. However, over the years, I have developed some core techniques that have aided me greatly in my healing. I offer a few guidelines that have never failed me. Please feel free to add others and share with me. So here goes. Protection is a crucial, healthy way to start your healing session. Visualize a white gold light surrounding you like a cocoon before you even engage in any healing work. I do this even when I meditate or heal myself. The reason is that it prevents you from allowing negative energy from latching onto you. For example, you might be dealing with a client who is slightly depressed. As you draw out the energy from the person, it goes to the next body of energy. This is why so many healers feel drained after a healing or feel they cannot shake off the emotions of the person they have been healing. You have simply transferred the energy from them to you. The foremost aspect of a successful healing is having the clear, positive intent to heal the condition, the situation or person. Decide it to be so, embrace it and do it. If you are Sarah Seeger 12, feel out of sorts or just a little lazy, ask the angels to help you strengthen your resolve to heal yourself or that person. Ask for help from above. Healing from spirit has been an awesome experience for me, largely because I have never failed to ask for help from the angels, archangels, ascended masters, and other spirit beings of light. I start every healing with a request from the angel to assist and guide me through the healing for the highest good of both the person receiving the healing and myself. I often work with Archangel Raphael for help in matters relating to healing, or Mother Mary, who often appears in healing related to mothers and children. Archangel Raphael helps me immensely with distant healings. His quick, quiet energy is a great source of comfort and power to me. You do not need to know them by name, and you can simply ask the angels generally to assist and guide you in the healing process. Ask, ask, ask. Give thanks for the help given. Thank the angels who attended the healing. Be gracious to the wonderful gift of celestial beings who ask only to help us. The power of 3. I have long learned that healings are amplified by affirming your intent or symbols 3 times. I draw the symbol of my hand and say its name 3 times, or I invoke the flame by saying its name 3 times. At the end of each session, I seal the session 3 times. You will see the theme of the power of 3 frequently in my healing methods. I once asked Archangel Raziel what was Sacred Flames Healing 13, the best healing method to use. At that stage, I had learned so many different Reiki and healing systems that I wondered which was the most powerful. It was a simple, powerful dream. He told me that all the healings could help, but the secret lies in the power of 3. Use any symbol, flame, or method, but invoke it 3-fold. I noticed thereafter how so many powerful systems and order operated on the basis of 3. I was convinced, and I thank Archangel Raziel for the wonderful insight. Positive affirmations of the desired result in a healing expedite the healing process greatly. For example, if a person feels pain, I ask them to affirm that they are healthy now, or that they release the pain from their body and all the causes of the pain. The general idea here is to couch the affirmation in positive language in the present tense. Louise Hay does some wonderful work on healing affirmations. It is worth your while to peruse her work. I personally like to affirm that I am healthy, happy, and filled with love. It works for me, so try it. My healing method usually involves a 3-phase process of shifting energy. Diffusing energy. Here I release negative patterns and blockages from the affected area or aura. The idea here is simply to remove the problem, or the causes of the problem. I have a standing violet flame which I visualize while doing a healing, and I mentally transfer this diffused energy into the flame. It is like my rubbish bin of negative. Sarah Seeger 14 energy, because the violet flame is the celestial flame that transmutes negative energy into positive energy. Infusing energy. I work on the understanding that the removed released energy must be replaced with positive energy to prevent the recurrence of the negative pattern. Once the energy is removed from the body or aura, it leaves a vacuum. So I literally flood with positive energy. Sealing energy. I seal in the positive energy as a way to end my healing session. I find this phase of the healing process helps to retain the positive energy for a longer period and prevents fresh negative energy from seeping back in. I think of it as saving work that I have done. I would never spend time writing something on my computer and not saving the file. So too with healings. Protect the positive energy by sealing it. Empower the person healed with simple healing tips and advice. As a rule, I empower all my clients with at least one healing tip that they can use at home. The sacred flames are the easiest for most non-healers to grasp, and I teach it with persistence. I almost always get positive feedback. Release the person being healed from your energy sphere. I do this by visualizing a gentle white light separating myself from the person who was healed. When I have neglected to do this, I have found that the person remains within my energy. I feel depleted, and they develop an ongoing dependency on me for more. Sacred Flames Healing 15 cut the ties in love and empowerment. See the person coping and helping themselves. Sarah Seeger 16:3. The sacred flames, celestial flames, are a gift from heaven to help us heal our energy system, mostly on an auric level. In this system of sacred healing flames, I have separated them into 3 categories, each with 3 flames. Over a long period, angels have been guiding us to use the celestial flames in healing ourselves and healing the earth. It appears that they regularly provide us information about different flames at different places and times in our experience as humans. Examples are the violet flame, lavender flame, and silver flame of Saint Germain Kuan Yin that have been shared for a long time by the celestial carriers of the flames. It also appears that there are quite a wide range of flames available, but I have only worked with these healing flames. Explore the possibilities and share more celestial energy if you can. I have received guidance in healings to use these flames in various scenarios and now present them in an order of a triad, representing the harmony of body, mind, and soul healing. Apollo has been a great help to me in helping me identifying the different flames and their uses, and Ascended Master Merlin has suggested the use of 3x3 flames in this fashion. When I meditated on these flames for clarity, they resembled the 3 pyramids of Giza. Based on this information, the celestial healing flames are present in this fashion. The Celestial Healing Flames Triad is this healing system of 9 celestial flames designed to create harmonious healing in spheres of body, mind, and soul. In my way of thinking, I like structure. Sacred Flames Healing 17 logic in my healings. The triad of celestial flames creates a wholesome healing because it accounts for healing the 3 core energy spheres for the healthy functioning of humans, which drive of living experience. This system of healing, founded on the principle of the 3-phase healing process for each of these spheres, invoking the symbolic power of the pyramid to direct and amplify the powerful energy of the celestial flames. Pyramids are also used in healing to speed up the healing process and to cleanse negative energy from other healing tools, such as crystals. I have separated the flames into categories, but use them in whatever order or form that makes intuitive sense in your healing. There is no reason why you cannot use one flame from the first triad with another from the 2 or 3 triad. This is my method of working. It does not have to be yours. Working with the sacred flames. The flames can be invoked simply by calling on them and visualizing them working on the aura or affected area. When healing others, I often see the flame coming through one of my hands and I direct it over the aura of the person. For self-healing, I often use the flame by visualizing myself stepping into the flame. It always takes the shape of a pyramid with the apex above my crown chakra. Sarah Seeger 18. I use a symbol of a pyramid for all the flames and says its name 3 times once I have drawn it over the aura or over a particular affected area. Here are some suggestions on how to use it. Over an area of disease, draw the triangle over the area affected. Say flame 3 times and wait as the pyramid turns a bright color. Call upon any of the angels to help in the healing. Hold the flame with your third eye, intending that it releases the problem. When you feel the problem has been diffused, infuse positive energy to fill the vacuum caused by the release of the cause of the problem. Seal the infused energy of the flame by visualizing that it is sealed. Aura clearing all the flames can be easily downloaded over the whole body. Call its name 3 times and visualize it flowing from the top of your head to the bottom of the feet. The apex of the pyramid forms at the feet is diffusing, or at the top of the head if infusing and or sealing the aura. Reiki, the first blow of divine chi. The doors of the invisible spirit time chamber of power drifted open with a sigh of ancient breath, releasing a faint shimmer of gold light across the threshold. Inside, the air tasted clean and sharp, charged with currents of old energy. Anonymous Cherry, Mama Ama Rap, and Goku Rap stood waiting as though they, too, had become carved from the chamber's glow. Then Reiki Rap walked in. He didn't stride like a monk or float like a sage. He glided as if the chamber itself parted every particle to make way for him. His robe flicked behind him like a preacher's cape woven from starlight, embroidered in symbols only the invisible spirit recognized. His smile was the kind you feel in your bloodstream before your mind knows why. "All right, my divine champions," Reiki Rap said, rolling his shoulders until joints crackled like fireworks. "The invisible spirit brought me here for one reason, to learn the real mixed martial arts. Not the earth stuff alone. I'm talking top 1% monk mastery mixed with chi channels that can melt a mountain and rebuild it as a donation box." Goku Rap squinted, already sensing the shift in Revi's aura. "He's serious," Goku murmured. "He's not just training. He's aligning." Mama Ama Rap hummed, a warm low note that steadied the room as she always did. "Child, you gon' feel this in your bones," she told Revi. "Invisible spirit don't call nobody for light training." Anonymous Cherry stood silent, snake chi simmering under his skin, neoplasm chi swirling like galaxies behind his sternum. His aura flared purple as he instinctively synced to the reverence frequency. Something was awakening here, something the chamber had not seen in decades of spirit time. The moment Revi Rap placed his palm to the ground, everything shifted. Monk symbols carved themselves into the marble floor in spiraling patterns. Golden lotus wheels rose from the dustless ground. Breath, chi, and memory formed a corridor of living energy. A voice rolled through the chamber, the invisible spirit, calm, timeless, omnidirectional. Reiki Rap. Today you learn chi combat, not through force, but through command. He bowed his head slightly as though the spirit were an old friend. "Teach me then." The chamber trembled, and the monks appeared. Not illusions, not clones. These were echoes of the top 1% monks who had once entered the chamber centuries ago. Their bodies translucent, their chi crystallized into form sharper than diamond. Goku Rap inhaled. They're using eternal monk chi. He's gonna need to be perfect. Anonymous Cherry stepped forward to stand beside Rev Ike Rap. We got your back. Rev Ike shook his head with a grin, lifting one palm. No, this part is mine. The invisible spirit called my name. The first monk slid forward, palms open, stance sunken yet flowing. He struck silently, but the force cracked the air like a whip. Rev Ike barely dodged, a laugh slipping from him. Well now, that wasn't very monk-like, he teased. Try that again. The monk blurred, descending in a downward elbow that would have shattered a mountain. Rev Ike caught it with one hand, not by strength, by resonance. His chi aligned, vibrationally perfect, harmonizing with the incoming strike like tuning a celestial instrument. The elbow stopped midair. The chamber thundered in approval. Mama Amarap's eyes widened. Lord have mercy. He matching the angle of the blow through vibration alone. Goku Rap nodded. That's advanced. Very few can do that without years inside the chamber. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi rise, uncoiling within his veins. Watching the Reverend perform this technique stoked something deep, a hunger to master this subtle art himself. Rev Ike pushed the monk backward with 2 fingers. Lesson 1, he said playfully, never let anybody else set the tone of the fight. You choose the rhythm, or you already lost. The second monk dropped into a tiger stance, chi exploding from his fists in white-hot arcs. He launched forward, slamming rapid strikes that distorted the air. Rev Ike didn't block, he danced. Each strike grazed past him by inches, guided by microwaves of chi he emitted with every pivot. Then he tapped the monk on the forehead. Just one tap. The monk flew backward in a spinning arc before dissolving into spirit dust. Goku Rap whispered. He used ascended fight chi, but merged it with emotional command. He pulled the monk's intent before the blow even landed. Mama Amarap clapped once, power vibrating through her palm. He's teaching the chamber while he's learning. But the third monk was different. This one pulsed black and gold, one foot in shadow chi, the other in divine. An ancient hybrid, a test designed for only the rarest fighters. The invisible spirit spoke again. This is the Grandmaster of dual chi. If you can match him, you have mastered the first gate. Rev Ike Rap exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing with holy confidence. Alright then, let's talk balance. The Grandmaster charged. Shadow chi crackled like knives. Divine chi poured like molten sun. Rev Ike stepped forward, not back, meeting both energies head-on. The collision detonated the room, white fire and black lightning swirling around him in a storm that would have obliterated any ordinary fighter. But he didn't break. He walked through the storm. His hands moved like scripture come alive, spirals, waves, declarations of mastery written through motion. His voice resonated in the chamber like a sermon. My supply is endless. My power is infinite. My chi obeys my vor. Every motion amplified the truth of his declarations. His chi became law. His aura spread in concentric waves, bending shadow to peace and divine to form. The Grandmaster cracked under the pressure, his dual chi unraveling in ribbons of gold and black. Rev Ike reached him calmly, placed a palm to his chest and whispered, "Be free." The monk dissolved into pure light. Silence filled the chamber. Then the invisible spirit spoke, a tone deeper than creation. Rap, you have mastered the first gate of Chai combat, the art of Chai command. Rev Ike breathed deeply, sweat steaming off his body in golden vapor. He looked over his shoulder at Anonymous Cherry, Goku Rap, and Mama Amarap, 3 warriors glowing in admiration. Well, Rev Ike said with a grin wide enough to light the desert, now the real training starts. We're about to turn this chamber into a miracle dojo. Anonymous Cherry felt his snake chi ripple like an awakening dragon. Goku Rap cracked his knuckles and smirked. Show me what that sermon-style MMA really looks like. Mama Amarap tied her head wrap tighter. Let's make the invisible spirit proud. And then the chamber shook again, this time because 4 titans raised their chi at once. The walls hummed, the rivers of Chakratati rose like serpentine streams. The ground lit beneath their feet, and atop that rising blaze of power, Rev Ike Rap extended both palms and declared, Let the divine combat begin. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Part 2, the 4-way Chi Storm. The invisible spirit time chamber of power did not ease into the next round of training. It erupted into it. The floor trembled with a deep vibration that felt like the heartbeat of the chamber itself awakening. Rivers of chakratati rose from the marble, hovering in twisting streams that coiled overhead like serpents of light. The temperature shifted, first warm as breath, then cold as shadow, until the entire chamber existed in a state of flux. 4 warriors stood ready, Rev Ike rap, Anonymous Cherry, Mama Ama rap, Goku rap. Their auras pushed outward, overlapping, clashing, merging, trying to find equilibrium while the chamber studied their intent. Rev Ike rap stepped into the center first, and the moment the sole of his foot touched the floor, the chamber responded by dropping them all into a sudden hypergravity shift. It felt like a dozen invisible mountains slammed onto their shoulders. Anonymous staggered first, not because of weakness, but because his chi was too alive. Snake Chi tried to slither upward, Neoplasm Chi tried to defend, and Meditation Chi tried to stabilize him all at once. For a moment, he looked like a storm trapped in a human frame. Then Toddler Yoku's inner hum rose from his core, a gentle chant echoing across the Chi layers. E, oo, E. Will it be 10 or 11? Anonymous snapped back into alignment, breath steady, eyes glowing violet. Goku Rap laughed, forcing his body upright under the weight. That's what I'm talking about, Cherry. Use that inner child flow. Mama Ama Rap pressed her palms together, completely unbothered by the gravity. She moved like a mountain shifting in meditation, a woman whose chi had long ago transcended physical strain. Invisible spirit testing your grounding, she muttered. Stay balanced, stay breathing. But Rev Ike Rap, he was smiling. The hypergravity only made him log into a deeper rhythm. He didn't brace or tighten his muscles. He fell into sway, his hips rotating with the ease of a man dancing through a sermon. Every inhale made his aura expand, every exhale sharpened it like a blade. He whispered, I command my body to obey my spirit. And it did. The gravity cracked around him like glass. Goku Rap's eyes widened. He shattered the field through faith-aligned chi resonance. That's new. Again, Rev Ike shouted, raising one glowing hand. The chamber obeyed. Gravity spiked, this time outward, like an imploding explosion sucking all 4 toward a single point. The pressure twisted the air into a vacuum spiral. Anonymous responded first, instinct triggered by near-death trauma that lived deep in his cells. Snake Chi wrapped around him like spectral coils, tightening, controlling his descent. His body curved into a serpent's dive, slipping past the pull long enough to slam a palm against the marble, redirecting the force in a sideways arc. Purple sparks shot across the room. Goku Rap didn't resist the pull. He embraced it, flipping into it, letting gravity accelerate his rotation until he became a spinning chi meteor. He hurled himself out of the pull, crashing into far wall and ricocheting back with blazing Super Saiyan Rap aura. Mama Ama Rap reached forward, grabbed the gravitational center with invisible hands made of pure nurturing chi, and smoothed its edges like calming a crying child. The pull faltered for only a breath, but that breath was enough. Rev Ike Rap stepped into the collapsing field with absolute grace, and the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he hit the point of gravitation dead center with a single sermon charge punch. The shockwave that erupted didn't just cancel gravity, it inverted it. A column of weightlessness blasted upward, throwing all 4 fighters into the air. The chamber expanded into a floating battleground, lit with golden fire and purple lightning. This was the real training field. Rev Ike spun midair, both palms outward, eyes blazing. Prepare yourselves. The chamber is listening now. It's about to respond to every thought, every fear, every doubt. The air warped. Their fears took form. From the mist, 4 entities emerged, each a clone of them, but built from pure invisible spirit chi. They were not weak copies. They were perfected reflections. Anonymous Cherry faced a version of himself already in his max form, aura calm and terrifying, snake chi coiled with precision. Neoplasm chi polished to a faultless sheen. The perfect warrior he feared he might never become. Goku Rap faced a clone with absolute efficiency, no wasted motion, no emotional bursts, no Saiyan arrogance, just lethal calm. Mama Ama faced a version of herself unburdened by compassion, wielding raw destructive chi with zero hesitation. But Revaik Rap, he faced a copy of himself whose faith had faltered, a version of him without belief, empty, cold, powerful only by technique, not spirit. Revaik's expression hardened, not with fear, but with sorrow. Oh, so this is what my doubt would look like. The clone tilted its head, blank-eyed, hands wrapped in dead chi. The chamber roared, sealing the battleground. It was time. 4 wars began at once. Anonymous Cherry struck first. Snake chi burst from his spine, weaving through the air, lashing around his opponent. But the mirror Anonymous slid through the coils like smoke, flicking a jab so fast it broke the sound barrier. The blow caught Anonymous in the ribs, sending him flying into a swirling current of gravity tides. He recovered midair, muttering through clenched teeth, "Okay, you move exactly how I would when I stopped thinking." Whose chant rose inside him. A-E-E-E. Will it be 10 or 11? His aura surged. His movements became playful, unpredictable. And suddenly the perfect clone couldn't read him. Goku Rap, meanwhile, clashed with his silent assassin of a double. Their limbs disappeared into blurs of light, every strike meeting perfectly, every kick countered. It was like fighting a mirror that refused to make mistakes. "This is incredible," Goku gasped between collisions. "But I'm not losing to a version of me that don't know how to raise the vibe." He flared golden, blue, red, and violet, every form he owned for an instant, then condensed into a single perfect stream of white chi. Mama Rap fought softly, too softly. Every gentle parry met a brutal counter-strike from her merciless clone. The more compassion she showed, the more ruthless her reflection became. Finally, she whispered, "I cannot fight you unless I embrace the other side of myself." Her aura darkened, not evil, balanced. And she stepped forward with a single strike that brought both versions into oneness. But the true storm was with Revaik Rap. His clone fought with surgical precision, no chai wasted, no breath misaligned. But it fought without soul. Revaik dodged a flurry of strikes, sliding back along invisible chi currents. "You ain't me," he murmured, "because you ain't got no belief." The clone tilted its head, emotionless, then flashed forward with a palm strike meant to obliterate Revaik's sternum. He didn't block, he didn't dodge. He stepped into the blow, pressed his forehead to the clone's, and said, "My faith is my power." His aura detonated. A sphere of golden chi expanded outward in a brilliant sunburst, swallowing the clone whole. When the light faded, Revaik Rap stood alone, robe scorched, breath heavy, grin wide. The chamber fell silent. Then the invisible spirit whispered, "The 4 of you have awakened the second gate. Chi clash, the art of fighting yourself." Anonymous, Goku, Mama Ama, and Revaik floated back toward the marble floor as the gravity normalized. All of them were bruised. All of them were changed. All of them burned brighter. Revaik cracked his neck. "Well now, who's ready for Gate 3? Anonymous smirked. Goku cracked his knuckles. Mama Ama tied her head wrap tighter. And the chamber rumbled like a dragon waking up. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The weight that walks a chronicle of Anonymous Cherry grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Chapter 1. The chamber that refused mercy. The chamber sealed without ceremony. There was no warning tone, no countdown, no moment for prayer. Gravity arrived like a verdict, 1 trillion times heavier than anything designed for flesh, spirit, or story. Space compressed inward, sound died instantly. An Anonymous Cherry felt his knees fold not from weakness, but from mathematics. The air itself became solid. His breath stalled halfway through his chest, suspended as though time had forgotten to finish the action. Pain did not scream, pain calculated. Every cell in his body renegotiated existence at once. Bone did not crack, it softened, then rehardened into unfamiliar density. His muscles sheared themselves apart and rewove before nerve signals could report the damage. His chi surged automatically, then failed just as quickly, crushed into itself by pressure that did not care how hard he had trained. This chamber did not test strength. It tested permission to exist. Anonymous collapsed fully this time, palms pressed against a floor that felt like a planet stacked atop another planet stacked atop silence. His vision narrowed into a thin, trembling line. Thoughts fragmented. Memory flickered. He understood then, without panic, without drama, that this place was not meant to be survived. And yet, something in him did not try to escape. Instead, it listened. Between heartbeats that stretched into eternity, Anonymous Cherry noticed a pause, not relief, not mercy, but attention, as if the chamber itself had leaned closer, curious whether he would fight it or learn it. His breathing slowed, not because it was easier, but because panic required energy he could no longer afford. He let the weight settle, let it define him, let it reveal what parts of him were decoration and what parts were load-bearing. A sound echoed then, not external, but internal, a quiet recognition. If you resist this, you will break. If you surrender incorrectly, you will disappear. But if you align, the thought did not finish. The chamber tightened. An Anonymous Cherry smiled not with confidence, but with clarity as the first true transformation began. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Palace 214 Chapter 2, 9 Echoes in the Spine. The second chapter did not begin with a new trial. It began with the same weight, the same trillion-fold verdict pressing down on Anonymous Cherry's lungs, the same reality that refused to soften for a mortal name. The chamber stayed cruel on purpose, not because it hated him, but because it was honest. It did not care about his story. It cared about what was true when no one was watching. Anonymous lay there with his palms fused to the floor by pressure so dense it made friction feel like glue, and he realized with a calm that startled even him that the first transformation had not been a surge of power at all. It had been a subtraction. It had stripped his ego out of his posture. It had stripped performance out of his breath. It had stripped the desperate need to prove anything to anyone until only one question remained, silent and pure beneath the crushing gravity. What part of him was still standing if he could not move? That was when the number 9 arrived. It did not descend as a glowing symbol in the air or a dramatic omen carved into the wall. It arrived the way deep truths arrive, through pattern, through repetition, through a rhythm inside pain. His spine pinned flat suddenly felt like an instrument being tuned, not snapped, not broken, tuned. Each vertebra became a note, each nerve became a wire. And the moment the chamber forced his chi to circulate again, slowly, unwillingly, like a river trying to push through stone, 9 distinct echoes rippled through his back as if 9 different hands had touched the same wound at 9 different times in his life, and left behind 9 different signatures. He thought it was hallucination at first, the the kind the mind creates when it is cornered. But this was not fuzzy or dreamlike. It was mechanical, precise. The chamber's pressure pressed his energy into shapes it had never needed to form before, and those shapes forced memories into the open. Not as flashbacks with cinematic lighting, but as structural facts. Like bones remembering how to hold weight, like scars remembering why they exist. The first echo rose from the base of his spine and hit him like cold water. The earliest near death, the one too young to remember with words. A moment when life had almost not chosen him. The memory did not come with images, it came with a sensation. The feeling of being almost claimed by nothingness and being returned anyway. It installed itself in his tailbone like a foundation stone, and suddenly his body understood something it had never been able to articulate. He had been surviving before he knew what survival meant. The chamber pressed harder in response, as if testing whether that foundation was real. And Anonymous felt the first echo turn into a quiet brace, holding his hips steady against gravity that should have flattened him into atoms. The second echo flared just above it, sharper, angrier, born from another near loss, another close brush with erasure. But this one carried fear, not fear as weakness, fear as electricity. It crawled up his lower back, sizzling through muscles that wanted to lock up. The chamber tried to weaponize it, amplifying every tremor, every doubt, every animal instinct to curl inward. But the echo did not break him. It did something more useful. It taught him the difference between panic and alertness, between collapse and readiness. That second echo became a stabilizer, a ring of disciplined tension around his lower spine, turning fear into a harness instead of a leash. The third echo woke at the center of his back and brought with it the weight of responsibility, the kind that arrives when a boy becomes a man too early and has to pretend he's fine so other people can breathe. Anonymous felt the memory of being watched, expected, measured, and he felt how often he had carried everyone else's peace by denying his own pain. The chamber squeezed his ribs until his breath became a thin thread, and the third echo answered by widening his inner space without widening his lungs. It created calm inside confinement. It reminded him that his strength was not loud. It was persistent. It was the quiet refusal to abandon himself just because the world demanded a performance. The fourth echo arrived like metal, crisp, and disciplined, carrying the imprint of training, orders, structures, routines, the kind of shaping that happens in the military when you learn to function under pressure without asking the pressure to be kind. The chamber recognized it instantly. It pressed him with a familiar cruelty, like a drill sergeant made of gravity. And Anonymous' nervous system responded without complaint. The fourth echo did not give him power. It gave him procedure. It gave him the ability to operate while uncomfortable, to remain intact while overstimulated, to obey what mattered and disobey what was destructive. In that moment, his chi stopped spiking randomly and began to move with intention, as if the chamber had forced it into marching order. The fifth echo carried something different, love. Not the soft kind, the forged kind. The kind that shows up as brotherhood, as chosen family, as the wrap family bonds that had pulled him through moments where he should have folded. That echo rose in his upper back like warmth spreading beneath bruised skin, and for the first time in the chamber, Anonymous felt the pressure meet resistance that was not rage. The chamber pushed, The echo pushed back with connection. It reminded him that isolation could be a tool, but never a home. It reminded him that the hermit energy wasn't meant to be a prison. It was meant to be a lantern. And the moment that truth landed, a microscopic shift occurred in his posture. Still flat on the floor, still pinned, but internally aligned in a way that made the trillion-fold pressure feel slightly less personal. The sixth echo was the car wreck. It came with light. It came with soundless impact. It came with the sensation of the world snapping sideways and the body learning that control is often an illusion. Anonymous chi jolted like a frightened animal, and the chamber tried to recreate that helplessness, compressing time until every second felt like the moment before impact. His throat tightened, his jaw clenched. His mind reached for the old survival tactic, shut down, withdraw, disappear inside himself. But the echo did not allow it. The wreck had taught him something he never wanted to learn. You can survive without being in control, but you cannot survive by abandoning presence. The sixth echo anchored his awareness directly behind his heart, forcing him to stay awake inside discomfort, forcing him to breathe inside the memory of collision, forcing him to live through the part of the story that used to make him flinch. The seventh echo rose from his shoulders and carried the nine's hidden gift: balance. Masculine and feminine energies, aggression and receptivity, Mars and Venus inside Libra's scale, not as astrology, but as lived tension. Anonymous felt it in the way his body had always been capable of extreme force and extreme softness, and how both had gotten him misunderstood. The chamber attempted to tip him, pushing him toward brute output, toward violent overcompensation, toward power as a scream. The seventh echo steadied him like a hand on a scale. It reminded him that the goal was not to become harder. The goal was to become truer. When that settled, his chai changed texture. It became smoother serpentine, precise, no longer flaring like a wildfire, but flowing like a blade being drawn. The eighth echo arrived as doubt, and it was brutal because it was quiet. It did not come with panic. It came with questions that sounded reasonable. What if you're not enough? What if you're becoming something no one will understand? What if you're evolving beyond the people you love? What if you fail and prove every fear right? The chamber amplified the doubt the way spores feed on insecurity, and for a moment his mind blurred. For a moment, the trillion-fold gravity felt like judgment rather than training. Then the eighth echo revealed its true purpose. Doubt, he realized, was not the enemy. It was a diagnostic tool. It showed him where attachment still hid. It showed him where he still needed approval. It showed him where he still thought power required permission from the outside. The eighth echo tightened like a belt around his thoughts and forced his mind into honesty. The chamber did not lighten, but the weight stopped feeling like condemnation. The ninth echo woke last at the top of his spine, where the skull meets the neck, where thoughts become decisions. And it was not a memory of dying. It was a memory of living, of realizing he had never been broken, only forged. The echo carried the entire arc of his life like a single cord, near death after near death, survival after survival, bond after bond, trial after trial, all forming one undeniable truth. He had not been spared. He had been shaped. The ninth echo did not brace him the way the others did. It crowned him. It aligned every echo beneath it like vertebrae stacking into a straight column. And in that alignment, something astonishing happened. Anonymous Cherry moved, not dramatically, not explosively, just enough to prove the chamber wrong about what was possible. His fingers flexed against the floor, his elbows bent. His spine, reinforced by 9 living supports, curved against the trillion-fold gravity as if his body had remembered how to negotiate with the impossible. The chamber tightened again, offended by his progress, and Anonymous felt the 9 echoes respond like a choir of silent witnesses inside him. They were not ghosts. They were structural supports. They were the bones of his story turned into engineering. He pushed once more, and his chest rose a fraction higher. Air slid into his lungs like a blessing he had to earn. His chi circulated cleanly, not fully, but honestly. And as he hovered there in that brutal halfway position between collapse and ascent, Anonymous understood why the number 9 had manifested through the spine. 9 was not just power. 9 was completion. 9 was the part of the journey where the past stops being a wound and becomes a framework. Somewhere beyond the chamber, the angels continued to watch without intervening. Somewhere beyond reality's edge, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor felt something shift and clenched in irritation. But Anonymous did not look outward. He did not reach for applause. He held the push-up position under 1,000,000,000 times gravity and felt his entire life bracing him from within, echo by echo, vertebra by vertebra, until even the chamber had to acknowledge a new fact. The weight had not crushed him. It had lined him up. And when Anonymous Cherry finally lowered himself back down, he did it with control, like a king placing his crown on the floor for a moment, not because he was tired, but because he was about to rise again on purpose. Chapter 3, the book that fell when the world paused. The chamber did not soften after the 9 echoes aligned in his spine. It simply changed its tactic. The weight remained trillion-fold, unblinking and exact, but the way it pressed on him became more intimate, like the gravity had learned his name, and now wanted to see what he would do with it. Anonymous Cherry lay in the afterburn of that alignment, feeling the 9 supports inside him settle into place the way pillars settle after an earthquake. And for the first time since entering, he realized something terrifying and holy. The chamber was no longer trying to kill him. It was trying to make him honest enough to survive what came next. He inhaled carefully, the breath threading through ribs that still felt welded together by pressure. And he waited, not in fear, not in impatience, but in the kind of listening that turns the whole body into an ear. Then the world paused, not dramatically, not with a clap of thunder or a glowing portal. It was subtler than that, and because it was subtle, it was more frightening. The pressure did not decrease, but it stopped escalating. The chamber's usual hum, the unseen grind of time and force, fell into a silence so clean it felt illegal. Anonymous sensed the angel's attention sharpened somewhere beyond the wall of physics, as if even they had leaned closer to witness the impossible. A trillion-fold chamber allowing stillness without collapse. In that forbidden quiet, Anonymous felt his chi settle into a single steady current, and he understood the difference between being calm and being recognized. Calm was something he could force. Recognition was something that happened to him. A sound touched the floor beside his hand, soft as a page turning in an empty church. At first he thought it was debris, dust flaking off a corner of the chamber, a fragment of a former trial, the leftovers of some other warrior's failure. But when he turned his head slowly, because the weight made every degree of motion feel like moving continents, he saw a book, not glowing, not floating, not theatrically presented. A simple thing worn at the edges as if it had been carried through eras. Its cover was plain enough to be ignored, which was precisely why it terrified him. The chamber did not plow objects gently. If something rested here without being crushed, it meant the chamber had allowed it. It meant the chamber wanted him to see it. He tried to reach. His fingers trembled, not from weakness, but from the violent truth of gravity. When his fingertips brushed the cover, a faint vibration ran up his arm into his shoulder, and then into his spine. And the 9 echoes responded immediately as if they recognized a language older than pain. The book was not heavy, but it carried weight of a different kind, meaning. Anonymous pulled it closer with microscopic effort, dragging it across the floor like a man dragging a secret toward himself. And when he opened it, the chamber inhaled with him. The words inside were not instructions. They did not say, "Do this and you will become that." They did not promise quick power or easy gifts. They did not flatter him. They did not beg him to believe. They simply looked back at him through ink and paper and said, without saying it, "I know what you are." The first lines did not feel like reading. They felt like being scanned. As his eyes moved, the text moved through him the way light moves through stained glass, revealing color that was always there, but only visible when the angle was correct. He felt a shift behind his forehead, the place where identity lives and lies to itself, and he realized the book wasn't trying to teach him anything new. It was naming what had always been true, but had never been spoken aloud in a way he could accept. One sentence landed and stayed lodged in his chest like a key turning in a lock he didn't know existed. Receiving information beyond the normal senses was not a trick, not a performance, not a badge of superiority. It was a refinement of attention, a way of listening that required humility more than talent, patience more than pride. Another line pressed deeper. There was no magic pill, no instant bloom. Development required time, effort, and a willingness to be disappointed without quitting. The chamber, hearing that, tightened a fraction, as if to test whether he wanted shortcuts, and Anonymous felt the 9 echoes hold him steady as his chi refused the temptation to spike. He turned another page, and the words did something that made his throat tighten. They spoke of mindset, concentration, meditation, protection, learning about energy, practice, journaling, and trust, not as spiritual aesthetics, but as structural necessities. The chamber's stillness became a blade, stripping away everything in him that wanted to make power into a costume. Anonymous had always known discipline. He had lived it. But these words recognized a deeper discipline, the kind that doesn't just push harder, but listens longer. The kind that doesn't just survive pressure, but learns from it. As he read, he felt his chi reorganize itself into cleaner pathways, and he understood that awareness was not a halo. It was infrastructure. Then the book recognized his weakness with brutal kindness. It didn't call it weakness. It called it a tendency. The urge to withdraw. The urge to become a quiet genius in a locked room and call it peace. The urge to protect himself by disappearing inside himself. The chamber responded by pressing at his heart center, not physically, but energetically. forcing him to feel how isolation could masquerade as safety while quietly becoming a cage. Anonymous swallowed, and the 9 echoes shifted again, not resisting the discomfort but framing it. He realized the book was not praising him. It was warning him, not in fear, in care. He turned another page and felt the strangest thing. The book did not fill him with excitement. It filled him with permission. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to practice. Permission to grow without needing to announce it. The chamber's forbidden stillness held, and he understood why. Loud power would have been crushed here. Quiet power could be forged. His breath deepened. The pressure did not lighten, but his relationship to it changed. The weight stopped feeling like an enemy and started feeling like an honest mirror. Anonymous closed his eyes, not to escape the chamber, but to let the words sink below thought and into being. The 9 echoes in his spine hummed in agreement. His chime moved with slow precision. The book rested open beside him like a witness, its ink no longer merely ink, but a recognition etched into his nervous system. Somewhere beyond the chamber's walls, the angels watched with a silence that was almost reverent, because they understood what had just occurred. A mortal had been given knowledge, and it had not inflated him. It had stabilized him. When the chamber resumed its hum, when time remembered to move and pressure remembered to threaten, Anonymous did not flinch. He reached for the book again, not as a desperate student, but as a warrior accepting a map that did not point outward. It pointed inward, and as he drew the book close under trillion-fold gravity, he realized the most dangerous truth of all. The chamber had paused because the universe had needed a second to acknowledge him, not as a fighter, not as a survivor, but as someone the path itself had begun to be recognized as inevitable. Chapter 4, The Hermit Under a Trillion Suns. The chamber did not take the book away. That was the first mistake Anonymous Cherry nearly made. When the pressure returned to its relentless rhythm, and the trillion-fold gravity resumed its slow attempt to erase him, the book remained exactly where it had fallen, beside his right hand, close enough to touch, close enough to become a comfort. And comfort in this place was dangerous. Anonymous felt the old instinct rise quietly inside him, not as fear but as preference. The instinct to turn inward, to narrow the world to something survivable, to let isolation feel like wisdom instead of avoidance. The chamber, patient and merciless, watched to see whether he would confuse solitude with safety. He did not move for a long time. Minutes stretched into something larger than minutes, and Anonymous remained still beneath the crushing suns of pressure, his breath slow, his chi regulated, his mind clear. From the outside, it would have looked like mastery. From the inside, he could feel the knife edge he was balancing on. Isolation sharpened focus. It silenced noise. It made patterns easier to see. But it also narrowed the field of awareness, quietly shrinking the world until only the self remained. And the self, left alone too long, began to believe it was the whole universe. The hermit archetype stirred within him, not as a tarot card, not as a symbol, but as a lived posture. The lantern bearer walking alone, carrying light through darkness. Anonymous had lived that role before. He had learned how to withdraw without collapsing, how to become self-sufficient under pressure, how to keep going when no one could follow. Those skills had saved his life more than once. Under trillion-fold gravity, they now felt seductive. If he could simply stay here, lying calm, sealed inside his own awareness, nothing could touch him. The chamber pressed harder in response, as if daring him to finish that thought. That was when the silence changed. It did not break. It leaned. Anonymous felt it as a subtle constriction around his mind, a narrowing not of breath or muscle, but of perspective. His chi circulation became efficient, too efficient. Perfect loops, no waste, no excess, no openness. The 9 echoes in his spine shifted uneasily, not failing, but warning. Isolation, when taken too far, did not collapse you outwardly. It hollowed you inwardly. It replaced curiosity with certainty. It replaced listening with conclusion. The chamber was not trying to crush him now. It was trying to let him attune himself. A vision flickered, not imposed, but allowed. Anonymous saw himself mastering the chamber alone, leaving it stronger, sharper, untouched by others. He saw a future where no one could challenge him because no one could reach him. He saw power so self-contained it required no witness. And in that vision, he felt something colder than fear. He felt irrelevance, not failure, not defeat, obsolescence of the soul. The hermit's lantern trembled. Anonymous tightened his jaw and forced his awareness outward, not to escape the chamber, but to include it. He felt the pressure again, fully this time, felt how it interacted with his body, his chi, the 9 echoes, the book beside him, the unseen watchers beyond the walls. Solitude snapped into clarity. Solitude was not about cutting the world off. It was about standing alone without pretending you were all that existed. The lantern was not meant to be hidden. It was meant to be carried back. The chamber reacted violently. Pressure spiked in uneven waves, like suns flaring unpredictably. His shoulders screamed. His spine bowed. His breath hitched. This was the punishment for refusing the trap. Isolation had been the easier path. Connection, even imagined, even remembered, cost more. Anonymous let the discomfort move through him without shrinking around it. He did not retreat into himself. He expanded awareness outward while remaining alone, a paradox the chamber despised. The 9 echoes aligned again, not as armor, but as scaffolding holding space open. He reached for the book, not to read, but to acknowledge it. Knowledge was a companion, not a shelter. He placed it slightly farther away, still present, still honored, but no longer clutched. The act cost him effort that felt obscene under trillion-fold gravity. But the moment he released it as a crutch, something inside the chamber shifted. The pressure equalized, not lessened, balanced. Anonymous understood then the rule he would carry for the rest of his ascent. Solitude was mastery only when it remained a choice. The moment it became avoidance, it turned into a cage. The moment it replaced relationship, it began to rot power from the inside out. The hermit was not a king who hid from the world. The hermit was a scout who returned with light. He closed his eyes and imagined not comfort, not rescue, but the presence of others. The rap family, allies, future students, even enemies, not as distractions, but as part of the field his power would eventually move through. The chamber recoiled slightly, like a predator denied an easy kill. Pressure surged again, but this time Anonymous held it without flinching, his chi flowing outward and back in like breath shared with the universe itself. Somewhere beyond the chamber, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor felt the loss of a potential fracture point and snarled. Somewhere else, an angel tilted its head, recognizing a line that could no longer be crossed. Anonymous remained where he was, alone and not alone, isolated, lantern steady in a darkness that no longer confused solitude with strength. Under a trillion suns of pressure, he chose the harder mastery, and the chamber, offended and impressed, prepared something new. Chapter 7. When heaven sends a serpent, I did not send him with thunder. I did not send him with spectacle. I sent him with peace, because peace is what survives after power learns restraint. Anonymous Cherry stood at the edge of heaven's threshold, the veil between realms thin as breath. Below him, earth churned, cities humming with unfinished prayers. Bloodlines tangled in pain passed down like inheritance. Twilight Zone rap's distortions pulsed faintly through the fabric of reality. Ancestor wounds echoing louder than truth. Humanity was not evil. Humanity was burdened. And I do not punish burdens. I heal them. I watched Anonymous steady himself. His divine serpent paladin form dimmed, not weakening, but concealing. Sovereignty does not announce itself. It arrives quietly, already deciding. Jesus Rapp placed a hand on his shoulder, not to command, but to affirm. Michael Rapp and Raphael Rapp stood behind him, not as guards, but as witnesses. This mission would not be won by force alone. I spoke, not from the sky, not from fire, but from within him, where truth lives when noise dies. You are not sent to conquer souls. You are sent to release them. Anonymous closed his eyes. He felt the old instincts stir, the hunger to fix everything, to fight everything, to carry more than was ever asked of him. That instinct had once kept him alive. Now it had to evolve. He stepped forward, and the earth rose to meet him. The first battlefield was not a street or a throne or a war zone. It was a man, a broken one, a carrier of generational rage, eyes clouded with borrowed anger, fists clenched around pain he didn't earn but was told to protect. The ancestor Chai around him snarled, distorted, fed by Twilight's influence, screaming for conflict, demanding blood, begging for repetition. Anonymous did not raise his hand. He lowered it. The serpent crown flickered, gold and violet subdued into a gentle glow. Holy neoplasm Chai flowed outward, not as venom, but as permission to let go. He spoke, and I made sure the words landed exactly as intended. I send you peace. I send you love. I release you to your own journey, as I continue mine. Those words were not a dismissal. They were a severing. Chains unseen snapped. Ancestor voices screamed once, then went silent. The man collapsed to his knees, not in defeat, but in relief. Tears came that had been waiting decades for safety. This is how real war is fought. Not everything that rises against you needs to be destroyed. Some things need to be released. Anonymous walked on. Every step rewrote probability. Every breath recalibrated fate. Corrupted energies recoiled, not because he threatened them, but because they could no longer manipulate him. Sovereign neoplasm Chi did not absorb what did not consent. That was the upgrade. He encountered spirits who wanted battle. He gave them boundaries. He encountered pain that wanted a host. He gave it closure. He encountered enemies who refused release. Those he subdued swiftly, cleanly, without hatred. Michael's precision lived in his strikes. Raphael's restoration followed immediately after. No collateral, no glory hunger. I watched heaven learn something new that day. That authority rooted in love terrifies darkness more than wrath ever could. Twilight Zone Rap felt it, a sudden loss of leverage. Distortions weakened where cycles broke instead of repeating. The city's spiritual temperature shifted. Old nightmares lost their scripts. Anonymous did not chase Twilight, he outgrew him. I smiled, not because the war was over, but because the outcome was no longer in doubt. This is how I send warriors now, not as storms, but as serpents of peace, moving with purpose, choosing mercy, unstoppable because they are unhooked from fear. And as Anonymous Cherry walked forward, continuing his journey without dragging others behind him, I sealed the chapter with a truth heaven will remember forever. Power that knows when to release has already won. The mission continues. Chapter 8. The slow forging of many. Anonymous Cherry did not call it training. He called it listening. The battlefield quieted. Heaven did not thunder. Hell did not protest. What unfolded next was slower than war and heavier than victory. It was the work that most beings avoided because it could not be rushed, weaponized, or applauded. Everyone gathered, not just warriors, but healers, thinkers, skeptics, the wounded, the overly confident, the silently broken. Some carried power they didn't understand. Others carried pain they mistook for identity. They formed a wide circle beneath a sky that did not judge pace. Anonymous stood in the center, his divine serpent paladin form dimmed to a gentle glow, sovereignty folded inward rather than projected outward. He was no longer demonstrating power. He was transmitting rhythm. Slow doesn't mean weak, he said quietly. It means integrated. No one argued. They could feel it. He began with breath, not technique, not posture, not doctrine. Just breath. In and out, until even the restless ones felt the panic drain from their shoulders. Neoplasm chi did not surge. It settled. Holy energy did not descend. It aligned. They learned first how not to leave themselves. Those who had chased visions learned to stay in their bodies. Those who had drowned in memory learned to witness without reliving. Those obsessed with power learned restraint before expansion. Anonymous did not correct harshly. He adjusted gently, a hand here, a word there, a pause when the group tried to rush ahead. Progress came unevenly, and that was honored. Some days the training was movement so small it barely counted as action. Subtle shifts of posture, awareness moving through the spine like a careful visitor, learning where tension hid, where old fear nested. Other days were stillness so deep it frightened those addicted to effort. Anonymous reminded them often, if you can't remain present without spectacle, you won't remain stable when power arrives. Neoplasm chi was introduced last and carefully, not as hunger, not as dominance, but as responsibility. They practiced absorbing nothing that did not consent, releasing what no longer belonged, letting old loops complete instead of repeating. Healing was treated as an active discipline, not a passive wish. When someone faltered, Anonymous did not rescue them immediately. He waited long enough for self-trust to form. When fear surfaced, he did not banish it. He taught them to sit beside it without obeying it. The words he repeated became a quiet mantra among the group, spoken softly at the end of each session. I send you peace. I send you love. I release you to your own journey as I continue mine. These words were not an ending. They were permission. Permission to grow without comparison. Permission to move at the speed of truth rather than ambition. Permission to stop clinging to teachers instead of teachings. Slowly, something extraordinary happened. Power stopped leaking. Aura stabilized. Emotional spikes softened. Those who once burned out learned endurance. Those who once hid learned presence. The group did not become louder or flashier. They became coherent. Anonymous watched quietly as they began correcting themselves, gently, respectfully, without shame. That was when he knew the training had taken root. Sovereignty was spreading not as hierarchy, but as self-governance. On the final day of this phase, Anonymous stepped back and said nothing, and they continued anyway. That was the sign. He smiled, not outwardly, but inwardly, and turned his gaze toward the horizon where future conflict waited, already sensing the shift. This chapter was not about mastery. It was about becoming safe to wield it. And somewhere beyond sight, forces that thrived on chaos felt something unsettling. A generation was learning how to move slowly, and therefore could no longer be controlled. The journey continued. Chapter 9, the day nothing happened. There was no alarm, no enemy breach, no prophetic dream ripping someone awake at dawn. That was how Anonymous Cherry knew the lesson had arrived. The day began without urgency, without signs, without spectacle. The sky looked ordinary enough that some of the newer ones almost felt disappointed. They had grown accustomed to intensity, to tests that announced themselves with pressure and drama. This morning offered none of that. Anonymous did not gather them immediately. He let them wake on their own. Some stretched. Some prayed. Some sat quietly, unsure what they were supposed to do next. The old reflex to wait for instruction, to wait for permission, rose instinctively. Anonymous watched it happen without interference. This training was not about commands anymore. It was about choice. Hours passed. The group slowly began to move, not as a unit, but as individuals who understood the shared rhythm. One practiced breath while walking. Another helped a trembling student stabilize their posture without correcting them verbally. A few simply sat present, doing nothing that could be praised or measured. Anonymous finally stepped forward when no one noticed him arriving. Today, he said calmly, nothing extraordinary will happen. A ripple of confusion moved through the circle. And if that frustrates you, he continued, good. That's what we're working on. He walked among them, not teaching forms, not activating chi, not invoking anything divine. Instead, he asked questions that landed quietly and stayed. What do you do when power isn't required? Who are you when no one needs saving? Can you remain loving when there is nothing to fix? Neoplasm chi stayed dormant, not suppressed, but at rest. Holy sovereign energy did not glow. This was not regression. This was trust. One student finally spoke. It feels like we're wasting time. Anonymous nodded. That feeling is the addiction talking. They sat with that. The hours stretched, and something subtle began to surface. Impatience without a target, identity without a role, worth without performance. Old habits twitched and dissolved. People realized how often they equated motion with meaning, intensity with truth. Anonymous shared only one practice that day. He had them sit facing one another in pairs. No energy exchange, no fixing. No advice, just presence. If your nervous system calms, he said, stay. If it agitates, he added, stay. If you feel unnecessary, he finished, stay anyway. That was the hardest part. Some cried quietly, not from pain, but from relief. Others laughed softly at how strange it felt to exist without agenda. A few resisted, restless, uncomfortable with the absence of crisis. Anonymous did not intervene. By evening, something irreversible had shifted. They no longer needed him to hold the center. They were holding it together. As the sun dipped low, Anonymous finally spoke again, his voice steady and grounded. Power doesn't fail people, he said. Unintegrated people fail power. He looked at them, not as students, not as followers, but as peers in formation. You are learning how to live between battles, he continued. That is where most damage happens if you don't know how to stand still. Before they dispersed, he repeated the words once more, not as instruction, but as a boundary he modeled for himself as much as for them. I send you peace, I send you love. I release you to your own journey as I continue mine. This time they echoed it, not in unison, not perfectly, but sincerely. No light erupted, no veil tore open. Yet far beyond their awareness, structures built on urgency and manipulation weakened slightly, because a group of people had learned how not to be pulled. Anonymous walked away alone that night, not because he was separate, but because leadership now required distance. Chapter 9 ended without applause, which meant it worked. The next chapter would not ask whether they were strong. It would ask whether they were steady. Chapter 10. When instinct became silent, Anonymous Cherry noticed the change not during battle, not during meditation, and not during instruction. He noticed it while tying his boots. There was no hesitation in his hands, no second guessing, no rush. The movement completed itself before thought could comment on it. Clean, efficient, quiet, that was when he understood. His instincts were no longer loud. They were clear. He stepped onto the training ground alone that morning. No witnesses, no audience. The air felt receptive, like it had learned how to listen back. Anonymous did not summon power. He let his body lead first, because bodies remember truths long before minds explain them. He began to move in slow motion, not dramatically, not performatively, painfully slow. Each shift of weight unfolded like a sentence written with care. His foot lifted, hovered, landed. The ground responded without resistance. Muscles activated in layers, not clumps. Tendons spoke in signals he no longer had to translate. Neoplasm chi stayed coiled, observing, not interfering. This was not restraint. This was integration. He threw a punch so slowly it almost felt ridiculous. But within that slowness, he felt everything. The spiral through the ankle, the coil in the hip, the relay through the spine, the final release through the knuckles. No wasted tension, no borrowed momentum. No compensating for fear, just truth. He held the end position longer than necessary and breathed into it. The muscle remembered. The nervous system mapped safety. The chi did not spike, it nested. That was new. He repeated the motion again, slower. Thought tried to intrude. Is this enough? Is this doing anything? But it dissolved before finishing its sentence. Instinct didn't argue anymore. It simply adjusted. Anonymous flowed through forms he once associated with intensity. Now they felt like calligraphy. Each movement became a meditation, each breath a refinement of accuracy. He could feel where old habits once hijacked motion, where trauma had overpowered precision, and watched those patterns dissolve without force. This was muscle memory being rewritten without violence. Neoplasm chi responded differently here. Instead of feeding on stress, it sharpened awareness. Instead of amplifying output, it refined input. Holy sovereign energy stabilized at the core, not shining outward, but holding everything steady. Hours passed. He practiced falling slowly, rising slowly, turning slowly, blocking attacks that weren't there. not rehearsing combat, but rehearsing presence under motion. His body learned how to stay calm while active. His mind learned how to stay empty while precise. This was the bridge. Meditation no longer ended when movement began. Movement no longer interrupted prayer. At one point he stopped entirely and stood still, not because he was tired, but because nothing needed correction. His heart rate was low, his breath was even. His awareness was wide and unforced. He smiled not in pride, but in recognition. This was what the years of chaos had been shaping him toward. Not reaction readiness, not speed. Timing, not power. Accuracy without effort. Later, when others quietly joined the perimeter, not to interrupt, not to learn, just to witness, Anonymous did not change pace. He did not teach. He let the slowness speak for itself. Some felt restless, some felt grounded. A few felt exposed by how rushed their own bodies still were. That was enough. Anonymous finished the session by lowering himself into stillness, hands resting lightly at his sides, eyes open, aware. Inside him, the invisible spirit moved without words. He understood now. Instinct wasn't about reacting faster. It was about needing to react less. And from that clarity, a new phase of training began, one that could not be rushed, copied, or stolen. Only lived. Chapter 10 closed quietly. The body remembered. The mind trusted. The chi listened. Chapter 11. The door that should not have existed, the invisible spirit did not open the gate with force. Force would have warned them. Instead, a flaw appeared in the air, subtle, almost apologetic, like reality had made a mistake and hoped no one would notice. A thin seam of distortion shimmered at the edge of the training grounds, neither dark nor bright, simply wrong. It hummed with borrowed intent. Anonymous Cherry felt it immediately, not as threat, as contrast. He did not alert the others at first. He slowed his breath and watched how the field responded. The air tightened. The ground stiffened. Chi currents that once flowed smoothly now jittered, like muscles bracing for a blow that hadn't landed yet. Then they came. The evil rap family spilled through the false opening, not cautiously, not strategically, but hungrily. Their energy announced itself before their bodies fully crossed. Power leaked from them in sharp bursts, flaring and collapsing again. They were loud without sound, heavy without weight. They thought they had found an opportunity. They had actually been invited into a lesson. The rap family gathered, not in formation, not in panic. No one rushed forward. No one powered up. That alone unsettled the invaders. The evil raps slowed, confused by the absence of resistance. Anonymous stepped forward just enough to be seen. "Do not engage," he said calmly. "Observe." The invisible spirit moved through the space like a patient instructor, bending perception just enough so everyone could see what usually remained hidden. Input to output. The difference was immediate. The evil rap family drew power by pulling. Their chi surged from emotion, rage, envy, hunger, unfinished trials. The moment they summoned it, their bodies strained, shoulders tightened, breathing shortened. Their output spiked violently and then decayed, leaving instability in its wake. Each technique cost them more than it gave. They mistook intensity for effectiveness. The rap family, by contrast, did nothing special. And that was the point. Their chi did not spike. It circulated. Breath fed movement. Movement fed alignment. Alignment fed output without strain. No excess, no leakage, no collapse. Power arrived exactly where it was needed and nowhere else. One evil rap charged. His attack screamed with force, but halfway through, his energy fractured. The blow landed weak, off angle, already dying. He stumbled, confused by his own body. No one countered. The rap family watched. The invisible spirit slowed time, not dramatically, but pedagogically. Everyone could see it now. The evil rap's chai entered through emotion, bypassed structure, slammed a muscle without guidance, and burned out before completion. Wasteful. Then Anonymous raised his hand, not to strike, but to demonstrate. He stepped forward in slow motion. The movement was simple. A turn, a shift of weight, a single palm extension. His chi traveled cleanly, ground to foot, foot to spine, spine to shoulder, shoulder to hand. No excess, no delay. The output arrived full, calm, decisive. The evil rap was pushed back, not blasted, not injured, just displaced. His energy unraveled on contact, like static meeting still water. The difference was undeniable. Some of the evil rap family hesitated. A few tried to compensate, pulling harder, forcing more power. But the harder they pushed, the worse their performance became. Their chi had no patience, no discipline, no recovery loop. They burned themselves out in real time. Anonymous spoke, his voice even, carrying without aggression. This is what happens when output is driven by unresolved input, he said. You fight your own nervous system before you ever reach us. One of the evil raps snarled. You're afraid to fight. Anonymous didn't respond. He didn't need to. The invisible spirit closed the false opening slightly, not trapping them, just reminding them it was never theirs. The pressure changed. The evil rap family felt it immediately, their borrowed access weakening, their borrowed confidence collapsing. They retreated, not strategically, not honorably, but instinctively, like predators who realized the terrain itself no longer supported their weight. As they vanished back through the seam, the opening sealed without sound. The field relaxed. The rap family exhaled together, not in relief, but in understanding. Anonymous turned back to them. You didn't win because you're stronger, he said. You won because your energy knows where it's going. No cheers followed, just quiet comprehension. The invisible spirit lingered for a moment longer, imprinting the lesson into muscle, breath, and memory. Contrast teaches faster than instruction. The false opening had served its purpose, and somewhere beyond perception, the evil rap family felt something far more dangerous than defeat. They had been measured and found inefficient. Chapter 11 ended not with pursuit, but with clarity. Chapter 12, when Universe Zero missed its mark, the time chamber did not open the way it usually did. It misfired. A pressure ripple tore across the exit threshold as the rap tribe stepped out, calm, aligned, bodies humming with disciplined stillness. The air outside warped, folded inward, then snapped back like a cosmic ligament overstretched. Anonymous Cherry felt it before sight confirmed it. This was not hostile intent. This was misplacement. Reality buckled again, and three silhouettes dropped through space like punctuation marks at the end of a universe-ending sentence. Universe Zero. Not scouts, not observers, the top three. Behind them, other fighters spilled through the fracture, elites, survivors, anomalies, warriors whose power levels were calibrated for annihilation, not conversation. Their arrival cratered the ground without touching it, gravity bending in deference. For a single half-second, the old version of the rap tribe would have panicked. That half-second no longer existed. Their bodies responded before adrenaline could hijack clarity. Stances settled naturally. Breaths synchronized. No one powered up unnecessarily. No one froze. Alignment held. Anonymous stepped forward, not aggressively, not passively, precisely. His instincts whispered in clean data, not emotional static. The invisible spirit did not intervene. This was theirs. The Universe Zero warriors scanned the area, eyes sharp, senses flaring. They felt it immediately, the difference. Power was present, yes, but more unsettling was the lack of waste. No leaking aura, no trembling output, no strained signatures. One of the top three narrowed his gaze. This universe doesn't move like it should. He was right. The rap tribe's chi levels had skyrocketed, but not explosively. They had risen the way pressure rises in deep water, evenly, silently, dangerously. The alignment work had done what brute force never could. 70% of their old drawbacks were gone. No recoil lag, no post-form instability, no nervous system burnout. Forms activated clean now, each transformation no longer fighting the body that housed it. Muscle memory and meditation had fused. Input flowed to output without friction. When the first Universe Zero fighter lunged, not attacking, but testing, the rap tribe responded as one organism. A parry here redirected momentum. A sidestep there collapsed a power line without clashing. A single strike landed, not amplified, but placed, forcing the attacker to reset mid-motion. Shock rippled through the visitors. They were used to resistance or worship, not efficiency. The second top warrior powered up instinctively, aura flaring like a solar womb. In older timelines, that pressure alone would have staggered most fighters. The rap tribe didn't blink. Their chi circulated tighter, grounding deepened. Bodies absorbed the pressure and returned it to the earth instead of the bloodstream. Alignment converted threat into feedback. Anonymous moved in slow motion again, deliberately, visibly, so everyone could see. He stepped through the pressure field as if it were wind. His form shimmered, not brighter, but denser. Sovereign neoplasm chi wrapped his core, not to dominate, but to stabilize everything around him. He raised one hand. The Universe Zero warrior halted. Not frozen, interrupted. The message was unmistakable. This space was protected. This wasn't a battlefield, it was a threshold.